closer to the top.
All right.
They have our new podcast picture.
The thinner us.
Yeah, I like it.
Did you just turn up the volume?
I just muted the mute. I thought I muted the mic. I don't have my glasses on. Yeah. So, well, hello everybody. Happy January Saturday morning. Thanks for being with us today. This is our special ed online conference. We have 4 sessions planned for you today. And the you turns out to be quite a number of you who are interested in learning more about how you can help your student learn to read and write, perhaps using some of our materials. Mm-hmm. And Andrew, share some of the countries that people are here from. So it's not just where we are in Oklahoma and not just here in the United States, but we've got people registering from all over the world.
Right. The current list is 34 countries.
Oh my goodness.
So what is that? About a fourth of all the countries that
awesome.
we could get?
I love that. Yeah.
But including, we'll give honorable mention to Australia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, China, Egypt, Germany, India, Indonesia, Ireland, Japan, Kenya, Macedonia.
Oh my, that's nice.
I must confess, I don't think I was completely clear that Macedonia
was a separate country.
Is a separate country,
right? Yeah.
In the modern world,
right.
I mean, you think of Alexander the Great.
Yes.
Yeah. Continuing alphabetically, Malaysia, Mexico, Mozambique.
Okay.
Can you find that one on a map?
You can.
Myanmar. Did I say that right?
Myanmar. That's my understanding of how to say it. If I'm not saying it right, if you're from Myanmar, let us know.
It used to be a different country name.
Burma.
Yep. And now it's
Myanmar.
Yeah,
like the R is
not really there.
It's silent.
Nepal, which excites me.
Yeah.
It's one of the countries I've always wanted to visit.
Hold on a minute. We've got a tech problem.
Maybe taking it off mute would be good.
Oh, no.
That was really slow. All right, I'm just going to read the list again because the microphone was muted.
So we don't know if Andrew said those countries right or not.
Australia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, China, Egypt, Germany, India, Indonesia, Ireland, I've been there. Japan, lived there. Kenya, been there. Macedonia, not been there. Like to. Malaysia, been there. Mexico, been there a few times. Mozambique. Not even sure where that is. Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Myanmar. Nepal, New Zealand, Nigeria, Oman, Pakistan.
You forgot to say that you've been to New Zealand.
Yeah, I've been to New Zealand. Pakistan, okay. Philippines, been to the Philippines.
Yes. Singapore,
South Africa, South Korea, Spain, the Bahamas.
I've been there.
The Gambia? I didn't know that Gambia had the in front of it.
You must be very important, Gambia.
The Gambia. Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, and the good old USA, which is almost always last on the list.
For some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, so welcome to you from far and wide. We have not a full day, but a full schedule. So today at 10 o'clock, which is right now, Andrew is going to be doing his talk, Overcoming Obstacles in Reading and Writing. And then following that, we'll take a little break. And then following that at 11:30, and this is Central Time because we are in Oklahoma and the world revolves around us, or at least the time zone is what we talk about here. It's Central Time. And Andrew's doing his talk, Teaching Writing to Students with Special Needs. And for all of these countries, I think we find a lot of parallels in the methodology application to English language learners as well.
Yeah,
so absolutely. Just kind of taking it slow and making sure there's mastery before you move on. But I don't want to give your talk. You've got that one down. And then, this is super exciting, at 1 o'clock, we have a handful of students who are local to us coming in. You actually won't see their faces, and their parents in some cases are going to be sitting with them. And Andrew's going to be doing a class teaching these students. Now, excuse me, the schedule says 1 o'clock. And then the following session at 2:30 is our Q&A. And we'll run it like an Ask Andrew Anything podcast that we do. But we may not start right at 2:30 with our Ask Andrew Anything because your class might go a little bit longer. So we're just going to take our time. That's kind of what we do
We'll start on time.
with English language learners. We'll start on time?
Yeah. We might not have a break, but we'll start on time.
Okay. So we'll just kind of be a little bit flexible with that last session of when that's going to start, unless we actually start on time, and then we won't. So that's it. That's a full day. We have some great people behind the scenes who are there to chat with you. We have our own Laura House, who is actually one of my assistants, so I just am so grateful for. She's online and she's helping this, and she personally had great success with her own son who had some special needs. He's now a successful adult, a fabulous writer, and Andrew and I both have stories where we had kids with special needs. And actually, I don't know if you know this, but one of my kids was not diagnosed with ADHD until he was an adult. So I had no idea, but yet this method worked, and he's a great writer as well. So I've got a couple kids, it turns out, that had some ADHD challenges. And
A lot of adults like to find out what was wrong with them when they were young. Then they can just be like, okay, well, it wasn't entirely my fault.
Well, I was never officially diagnosed with ADHD, but I'm pretty sure I have it. And I'm really grateful for it because, boy, I can get a lot done. And I can spin a lot of plates all at the same time, and except for when those plates fall. But anyway, I digress. The point is that we've got some people behind the scenes that can help you with some of your questions. And one of our dear friend of IEW, and actually someone who helps in the customer service team, Jennifer Mauser, is on. And so if you see her name on there and you've got a question, and if she's answering your question, you know her question is right.
And she's very integrated with the world of dyslexic education and reading. And she's one of our go-to people.
Absolutely.
For that. So I'm grateful she can be here.
Yeah.
And yes, if you have questions specific about dyslexia, chat with Jennifer.
Yep. And for those of you that are on and those conversations go really fast and you might have a question that gets buried, go ahead and just ask it again. And as we have talked about before, whenever we do these online conferences, if we can't get to all your questions, someone, probably in this case Jennifer or Laura, will get back to you with the answer to your question. Guaranteed.
Even if we have 1,000 unanswered questions.
Yes. Because we're so nice. Unless you ask a really hard one, like, what's Andrew Pudewa's shoe size? Which would be an easy question for him, but probably none of us actually know what that is.
I'm not sure.
So, all right. Well, without any further ado, Andrew, your first talk, Overcoming Obstacles in Reading and Writing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's get the PowerPoint up there. And, I have been traveling the world teaching writing and, by extension, various other things, spelling, handwriting. Of course, there's the grammar aspect, but mostly the problem is just the composition. How do you get the ideas from brain to paper? So I've come up with a couple talks, one about reading, one about writing. And I've kind of smushed them together for this particular session. And I have myself a child, number 6 of my 7 children, the only boy of the 7. He is now in his early 20s, but he's kind of a remarkable case in terms of not being able to really read or write anything until, he was 11, 12 years old. So there's that experience as well. And I do have a background in child brain development. I lived and worked for 3 years at the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with Glenn Doman and the staff there. And so I had a lot of exposure to children with brain injuries, some so mild that you might not ever notice that if they were just in a room with you. And then, of course, children all up and down the spectrum, from Down syndrome, to severe autism, spectrum issues, of course, as well as cerebral palsy or extreme, even, problems with mobility, walking, breathing. So all of those years of experience informed my teaching, and it's been great to have resources to offer people. So we'll dive right in, and probably the very first thing we would talk about when it comes to challenges or obstacles in reading would be dyslexia. This is the most common thing that I hear. And if I go out to a convention, I meet a family, or I talk to someone on the phone, or I respond to a question that I receive online or by email, I think the most common question is, how do I get my child? I don't know if they're dyslexic. I think they're dyslexic. How do I get them reading and writing? Dyslexia is a very packed word. It has a lot going on. In its simplest definition, dys and lexia just means not reading or not reading well. This little picture is, of course, a picture of my son. And as you can see, like many boys, his age, probably 11, 12 there, he was very, very active. And the idea of staying in one place for very long, especially long enough to figure out some words and figure out some sentences, was always not his first choice of things to do. I realized at a pretty young age that he was not going to be reading anytime soon. And we worked very intensely during that period of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, looking for solutions to helping him learn to read. And as a result of it, my whole concept of reading, my whole definition of the word reading actually has changed over the years as a result of this. There are so many things that could be said that a talk on dyslexia would take many hours. We have put together some resources for you. First of all, would be our podcasts. I have interviewed a good number of people and done a good number of podcasts, especially about special ed needs, dyslexia, dysgraphia, ADHD. Susan Barton, who many of you may know of the Barton Reading Program, she probably has the most extensive and complete website with help for dyslexic concerns. And then there's another couple, Brock and Fernette Eide, I believe, Eide is how it's pronounced. And we did 2 sessions, 2 podcasts with them. So these are episodes that are all still available on our website, iew.com/podcast. And then you can search for either SPED or you can search for dyslexia. And there would be so much to say there. However, there are other things that can interfere with students learning to read and write easily. The second one would be less common because it's often more easy to detect, and that would simply be acuity of vision. It is interesting, though, many stories of parents who had children and didn't really realize that they weren't seeing well until they're 5, 6, even 7 years old. I remember our oldest daughter actually, finally something happened. She would have been around 9, and we kind of thought maybe she doesn't see the way we think she does. And so we took her in just for a visual acuity test, and they said, yeah, she needs glasses. She got the glasses. On the way home, we were living in Montana at the time. On the way home, she was just staring out the window the whole way, and she said things like, wow, there's cows there. Of course, there had always been cows on the road. She just hadn't seen them before. So usually acuity of vision is something that is easy to test and easy to fix, and a lot of people do find that prescription glasses make a huge difference. There's also convergence of vision, and that's kind of a subset. Acuity would be, okay, you can, see the letters at a distance. You can see something easily. Convergence affects more when things come up close. So we have two eyes that work together, and that's how we track, and that's how we judge distance. And so we have then, acuity is the I don't know, shape of the eye, the structure of the eye, and how glasses can help. But convergence is how the two eyes move together. And what is very interesting, I learned years ago, especially working with Glenn Doman Institutes, is that convergence of vision is actually a midbrain function, and it develops in children around the time when they start to creep on their hands and knees. So they, a baby is born, they're spending time on the floor in their belly, they learn how to crawl, hopefully move into a cross pattern motion of crawling. And then when they push up, get up on their hands and knees, two things happen. They now have distance between their face and the floor. They need to start being able to judge that. And their mobility speed picks up, so they're moving a lot faster. And so what happens is the cross pattern motion of moving the right hand and the left leg, left hand, right leg, during that period of somewhere around 6-7 months until a child stands up and walks, usually 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 months, somewhere in there. That whole period of time creeping on hands and knees is extremely important for developing the areas of the midbrain that allow the eyes to work together. And if there's an injury in that area of the midbrain, it can be difficult, the tracking, the convergence. And this can actually be affected by having children go back and do what we called in the Institute's primary human development program of creeping in hands and knees. Another issue that can come up with vision is laterality. This is dominance. So most of us are right-handed. A smaller percentage of people are left-handed. It seems to be genetic. And what we notice is that it's not just handedness, it's sidedness. And so if we're right-handed, under an ideal situation, we'd be right-footed, right-eyed, right-eared, right-mouthed. We would kind of attack life in a unified way with dominance, meaning that the left side of the cortex is the dominant one. And so our main executive function is connected with that, the language part of our brain, mostly in that dominant hemisphere. But a lot of times what happens is we will experience, either prenatally, neonatally, or postnatally, some type of brain injury that damages the dominant hemisphere in one or more areas. And so what happens is the subdominant hemisphere then, seeks to do the job of the injured part of the dominant hemisphere. And so you get some conflicts going on. This is most easily seen with stuttering. If you meet a person who has kind of obvious or severe stuttering, it's actually the sides of their brain kind of fighting for control. I'll say it. No, I'll say it. No, I'll say it. No, I'll say it. And the dominant hemisphere is saying, I'll do it. And then the subdominant hemisphere is saying, no, you're hurt. I'll do it. And so they're fighting. And so the person is trying to get to the point where they can exercise their will over their brain and tell half their brain to shut up and let the other half do the job. And so we see this. We can also see it visually, although it's more subtle. Sometimes you'll notice a child will kind of move their head back and forth, almost like a fish, because what's happening is the dominant image is switching from side to side. If you want to check your child's laterality, you can check it near point and far point. Far point is pretty easy. You ask them to point straight at your dominant eye. So if you're right eye dominant, you line up the tip of your finger with your right eye, point it straight at their face, right? And then the person watching can see, is this lined up? So fingertip lined up with right eye, this would be right eye dominant. If the fingertip was lined up with the left eye, then it would look more like that. Now, when I open both my eyes, I'm no longer pointing directly at the camera. And so what happens is sometimes it's shifting, and you'll notice children who get very tired reading very quickly because it's taking so much effort and energy to force that dominant image to remain dominant. Probably one of the best comparisons that we could make is as an adult. Have you ever had the experience of reading and your eyes kind of go out of focus and you realize that you're not reading because your eyes have gone out of focus, and then you kind of force your eyes back and you continue reading? Or maybe you just say, I'm too tired to keep reading, and you give up and do something else or go to sleep. So that action of kind of forcing, using your will and exerting it over your brain to make that continue, that takes energy. And some children find themselves having to expend that much or even more energy almost continuously to stay in that zone of exercising willpower over brain in order to overcome convergence challenges or laterality challenges. So you can have a mixed laterality where you have, say, your left eye dominant but right-handed. Two people in my family, one of my children and my wife, both have this. They are clearly right-sided, but they are left eye dominant. So that makes everything a little bit harder. And so one thing that you can do if you suspect laterality is, rather than going to a typical kind of, eye exam for acuity and glasses, you would go to a behavioral ophthalmologist who would look not at the acuity or the shape of the eye so much as how the eyes and the brain are working together. And if there is a severe laterality confusion, sometimes the behavioral optometrist will suggest patching one eye for a length of time to shift over the habit of getting the dominant image through the eye that corresponds with the likely full laterality. So there's so much to go there. I can't explain everything in this short time, but I can point you to those right directions. So sometimes you're mixed. You've got part of yourself is right-sided and part of yourself is left-sided, and again, that's going to make things harder, but it's not terribly uncommon. So I have friends, Matthew and Carol Newell, who worked in Philadelphia at the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential with me when I was there for 3 years in the early 80s, or mid 80s, I should say. They actually continued on for years after that. And then when they left the Institutes, they began their own organization called the Family Hope Center. They've been operating now for many, many years. And if I were to meet some of you personally and hear some of your questions or concerns, probably the first place I would send you is to the Family Hope Center. And there's so much information on their website about the developmental profile and the sensory pathways of hearing and seeing and feeling, the motor pathways of speaking and physical mobility and use of hands. Even they've gone into areas of emotional development and its relationship to taste and smell. There's so much that's been discovered about the brain just in the last 10 years that should make us all very excited. And they have some remarkable stories of children, even those who are profoundly hurt from brain injury, making tremendous progress. So that would be my first recommendation for you to go to familyhopecenter.org or familyhopecenter.com and start reading. And they have videos. One of the videos that I made with Matthew and Carol, would have been probably close to 15 years now, is Understanding Child Brain Development, which is a couple hours of them going through the developmental profile, as I have alluded to, and giving all sorts of insight there. And then ultimately, if that is the direction you feel you need to go, you can actually travel to Pennsylvania and visit their clinic and receive more individualized assistance. So we'll kind of leave it at that if you have more severe neurological problems. The third obstacle to reading is less common, but still present, and that is just a lack of phonics information. There are some people, adults, who went to schools and learned reading by a method that did not include explicit phonics information, word attack skills, decoding. Now, many schools and experts have agreed that to eliminate phonics instruction from reading instruction entirely can be very handicapping to many students. And so we're seeing kind of a balanced approach, hopefully, coming back into the schools. But if you do need an intensive phonics catch-up course, there are several that are available. Barton Reading works with that, especially for the dyslexic, the students diagnosed with the dyslexic. Although Susan Barton kind of says, if you think your child is dyslexic, he probably is. So, there's not a huge amount of diagnoses necessary. There's also an organization called Linda Mood Bell. We did some work with Linda Mood Bell and our son. They also have various different programs and things you can do with your children, or you can take your children to a Linda Mood Bell center. And they have some very good intensive phonics information. But, my experience in the bottom line is that you can do all the phonics instruction that you can possibly squeeze into a child's life, but unless they're ready to read, it may not catch. It may not catch when you want it to catch. So, what is reading? This is probably the biggest shift in my thinking was with my son. So I have, as I mentioned, 7 children. My only son of the 7 was number 6 out of the 7, so the next to youngest. And, it was very interesting because if he had been my first child and I had, experienced the challenges of getting him to be able to just look at letters and numbers and make any sense of them at the young age of 6, 7, 8 years old, I don't know. If he was my first child, I would have thought I've completely failed this child. I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. I've got to give up and find experts. But because, I had the time before he came into my life of seeing, so many other people's children, hearing so many stories and reading and being in this world of child brain development and education, I was able to understand, okay, this is a developmental thing, and I can't fix this by teaching harder or more or better. And so that was kind of the biggest lesson that I learned. But I think ideally we would expand our concept of what is reading. We tend to think of it very narrowly, like reading is when you see something with your eyes, those are letters, and then you recognize those letters, the combinations of letters, you decode by affixing sounds to those letters, and then you are able to, start to figure out what that language is as you say it to yourself. And that's what reading is, reading with your eyes. But interestingly, not everyone reads with their eyes, do they? We know for a fact that some people read with their fingers. Braille being developed specifically for blind people to be able to see the letters go by and put those letters into sequences that make sense, and then get words and get sentences and get books. So you could, if you had the opportunity to learn, and the need probably, you could learn to read with your hands, totally blind. But why not with your ears? Is it possible to read with your ears? Well, I got my first little insight into this concept. My son was about 10. He really didn't read much of anything at all, certainly not a book. And I was sitting on the couch with an older daughter, and we were reading a particular book. It was, she was a teenager, and we were reading The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. And my son walks in the room. He says, "What are you guys reading?" And I said, "Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson." And he said to me, he said, "Oh, I read that. I hated it." And I kind of did a step back. I said, hold on, what did you just say? He said, "I read that. I hated it." And I said, "You're saying you read this book?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "But you don't read books." He goes, "Well, I listened to it." What's the difference? What is the difference, really? You read with your eyes, but can you also read with your ears? I would argue yes. And of course, the fastest growing area of the publishing industry right now is audiobooks. And I myself have even caught myself saying to someone, talking about a book, saying, "Oh, I recently read blah, 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 blah." And then I have to stop and go, The truth about that is I listened to the book in my car driving around, or, with my ear pods cooking dinner or something. I didn't read it with my eyes, but I got it into my brain. And for some of us, hearing the book, we may even remember it better. One thing you may notice if you have a child with dyslexic or visual issues that make reading challenging or even impossible, very often you'll notice these children have very good auditory memory. Like my son, he could hear something one time and very much likely repeat it back to you, close to verbatim. Tremendous auditory memory. And so some children will actually read better by hearing what they're trying to learn than doing the decoding with the eyes. So, what happened for us and him is we kind of got to a threshold of frustration. When a child is 7, not reading, okay, no big deal. Young. 8, okay, now you're starting to compare with other 8-year-olds. 9, you're thinking, okay, problem. Can't read at 10. Now you really, and the child, start worrying, oh no, what if you never get it? What if this child never reads? And that's when the anxiety can build up. So I would strongly recommend that you kind of take a step back and realize a couple things. Number one, very few children, even if they're not reading at 9 or 10 the way you think they should be, continue that into adulthood. Most kids that I have met hit, kind of a growth spurt. They get a kind of an explosion of willpower. They're able to wrestle, and exercise the willpower over their eyes and brain and do it more easily as they get into the teenage and adolescent later years. And so I know any number of men. I could name 5 personally by name that I know who have advanced degrees, doctor or master's degrees, who did not read a book until they were in their mid to late teens. So, one thing is relax. Another thing is change your concept of what reading is and be a little more open to the idea of using more than just your eyes. Now, there are other obstacles. Some of these may be a little harder to deal with. There's attention issues These usually get labels like ADD, ADHD. It can be harder than just the visual problem, because then the auditory processing isn't necessarily happening in the same way. Of course, we know that many children have a hard time just, sitting down for longer periods of time. If you haven't heard my talk, Teaching Boys and Other Children Who Would Rather Be Making Forts All Day, it's a very insightful talk about how children simply, some of them do so much better when they're trying to do something a little bit challenging or stressful. They may do better standing up or moving around than trying to sit and stay in one place. And of course, there's, certainly legitimate areas of ADD and ADHD that benefit, children who benefit from certain medications, although I think most of us are aware that we tend to over-medicate children, especially, in the schools in this country, because it makes, for easier classroom management. Whereas if we can look at the children individually, we might look at other factors contributing to attention issues. One of those may be diet. I have known several children, in fact, a couple of my grandchildren who are young, very sensitive to certain dietary elements. When you give them that food, you see they're just not nearly as calm and composed and focused. They're a little wilder. And I'm talking children 4, 5, 6 years old. And then if you eliminate from their diet certain foods, you see immediately improved focus. So, I can't get into elaborate dietary advice, but it is one thing to think about in terms of the overall neurological function of a child. And of course, at the institutes in Philadelphia, we were very, very concerned that a neurological treatment program existed on the foundation of good diet and physiological health and liquid balance and many other things. One thing that I think we have lost, and I have actually a whole podcast on this idea. I'm not sure which episode it is, but if you do a search for listening, you may find it. And that would be the idea of focused listening using music. My original work as an adult for the first half of my adult life was as a violin teacher and early childhood music. So I actually studied quite a bit about the benefits of listening to and playing a musical instrument early in life. This 2-hour talk I highly recommend. It's called The Profound Effects of Music on Life. And it's available from our website, of course. But one of the things that I understood many, many years ago, and I've seen again and again, is that you can build focused listening or sustained attentiveness through good and great music starting from a younger age. So you don't have to know a whole lot about the history or music appreciation or anything. If you just know a few famous names, Bach, Beethoven, Handel, Vivaldi, and of course Mozart. If you just have a few names, you can find, just do a web search for, best Bach or Mozart's greatest or Handel's Messiah, something. And then what you want to do is play that piece of music for a shorter period of time, every day, the same piece of music every day, or maybe even 2 or 3 times a day. And I'm talking just minutes here. And while you do that, encourage the children in the family, and this works with all ages really, to just not do anything, but just to listen to the music, maybe even close the eyes and find out what you may imagine as a result of the music. And just start with a very short period of time, a couple minutes, stop, have a little conversation, but play the same piece of music 1 or more times every day for, say, a week. And what happens is that because the music is familiar to the child, their attention goes more easily to it. And so as they hear it again and again, they're able to listen for a longer period of time. The interest level grows because it's familiar. And really, you can start simple and expand this, gradually over the months and years to where children could sit and listen in a focused and attentive way for a longer period of time. And what's fascinating to me, and again, we don't have time in this hour to go into much depth, but what's fascinating to me is the close relationship between music, which is basically all tones and rhythms and harmonies, and language, which is also basically tones and rhythms. And so the skill of becoming attentive to music carries over very directly to the skill of being attentive to language. So you might consider some of those elements. Now, we need to move on and talk about writing. That is the theme for our day. And of course, many, many long and thick books have been written about reading problems. You can avail yourself of them, but hopefully that gives you a little bit of perspective. And of course, you don't ever have to feel guilty about using audiobooks or reading out loud to your child who would not read on their own, because that is actually the best thing that you can do to help that child fall in love with stories and literature. And then as they grow and the reading becomes easier, the decoding side, the recognizing of letters and words and meaning becomes easier, they will already have that affinity, that desire for the language, and it will carry over. And they may also, your child may also become a person who prefers audiobooks for the rest of their life. Is there anything wrong with that? I think a lot of us, as we get older and busier, realize that, wow, it is a lot more efficient to listen to a book, even if it's 13 minutes a day during your short commute. If you live some horrible place where you have to drive 2 hours a day, well, you listen to a lot more. So I noticed that I continue my habit of listening and saying to people, I read such and such a book. But writing now is actually in a whole, I would say almost magnitudes more complex thing. And when you think of how complex it is, you kind of realize, wow, it's an amazing that any human being can do this thing. But the first thing that has to happen in order to write something is you must have an idea. This idea must pre-exist. If there is no idea, it's not possible to write anything. And of course, that is one of the major blocks for students. And I would, bet a toenail that you have heard a child say, I can't think of anything. I don't know what to write. And so what's happening there is they're having difficulty finding the ideas. What's funny is sometimes these same children who say, I don't know what to write, can tell you stories in rapid fire that go on for, many minutes, half an hour. And you just think, it's all in there. They just have to write it down. What is the problem here? Well, finding the idea, there's two places you can find an idea. One that pre-exists outside your mind, such as something you heard or read or saw, and it comes in through your senses, or tasted or felt, and it comes into your mind through your senses. The idea pre-existed and it comes into your mind. The other thing is you can have ideas that pre-exist inside your mind, and these would be things such as memory or imagination, so that you're not drawing idea from the immediate environment so much as you are looking to say, okay, what do I remember or know or have imagined about something? So the idea must pre-exist. It can pre-exist outside or inside the mind. The second thing that you have to do in order to write something is you have to speak that idea into existence, right? You have to say what you're going to write, essentially. If you can't speak the idea into existence, it will be very, very hard to put that into words on paper or on a screen. And so there's a language function that very much affects fluency in writing. Very occasionally, you will find a child who can articulate on paper better or more completely or even more correctly than they can speak because of a language impediment. So sometimes that is the case, but that is rarer in my experience. Mostly, if you want to write something down, you have to speak it first, and that's what organizes the words into sentences that make sense. Then, of course, you have to hear what you heard yourself say to yourself. So there can be a breakdown here. If you have auditory processing issues, you may have said something and then a second later forget what you heard yourself say. So you have to hear what you heard yourself say, and then you have to remember what you heard yourself say to yourself long enough to go and retrieve the spelling of the first word in that sequence, and then remember it long enough to go and retrieve the information about the spelling of the second word in that sequence, and remember that whole thing long enough to get the third word and keep it in your mind. And so you're looking at many, many functions happening. First, the finding function. Second, the language function. Third, the hearing function, the listening, and then the memory. And if there is a breakdown at any part of that process, what has to happen? Well, the student has to basically go back to the point where it fell apart, sometimes all the way back to finding the idea again, and then speaking it into existence, and then hearing what they said, and then remembering what they heard themselves say to themselves, and then going to retrieve the spelling information. So when you think about how complex of a process that is, it's very, very difficult. And it's almost a miracle that humans do this at all. But when we break down the process, then we say, okay, first of all, how do we make this easy, as easy as we can, so we get a modicum of success? Children who don't like writing usually don't like writing, number one, because they flat out can't do it, but people keep kind of demanding they try. Or they very quickly get frustrated with that first problem, I can't think of anything, or they get frustrated because they think of something and then they forget it. So how do we come in to help? Now, I'm going to give you just a taste of this right now, and then we're going to, in the next session, go through a whole process where you can actually see how you can start using what we call a keyword outline with something that is relatively easy to use, such as an Aesop fable. So here's something a lot of people find strange, I guess. I have discovered that for most children, it is easier for them to write, to speak, or to write about something that pre-existed outside their mind. So an Aesop fable, a little bit of information about a person or a place or a plant or an event, something that pre-exists outside the mind. And then it's much more objective. You can see the whole thing, you can wrap your brain around it, and you can use that in the process of learning to write more easily. And this is the odd thing, more easily than you can try to remember something from your own experience or tell what you imagine. One of the reasons for this is that ideas that pre-exist outside the mind usually pre-exist in words. So if you read something or hear something or overhear a conversation, there's words already attached to that idea. So the idea pre-exists, it's objective, it's in words. So when you go through then the idea of speak this idea, re-speak this idea into existence, it came from words, it goes to words. Whereas if you're saying, okay, you know, fishing trip with grandpa, there's not nearly as many words connected with that sensory, emotional memory that you might have. So that's why for most children, it would be easier for them to retell an Aesop fable than it would be for them to tell about, you know, a trip they took or an experience they had. Fortunately, what we've discovered is that if you start with the things that are easier, you build the momentum, and then they are more able to write from their own memory, experience, or imagination. So we would recommend you start with a little source text. And then what we would do is help students develop a system of moving the idea outside the brain on some other piece of paper or existing in some way onto paper. And so that's where we use the method of imitation. Now, the very first step in imitation is copy work. Copy work is kind of got a bad rep in today's modern world. However, if you go back 150 years ago, that was pretty much the starting point for every student learning to write. In fact, 150 years ago, they probably wouldn't have wasted much paper on a 9-year-old so he or she could write his own story. Paper was expensive. What did they do? How did they learn to write? Well, they used, of course, slates, and they were copying proverbs, aphorisms. They had things called copy books, and they were specifically so that children could practice writing, you know, a reliably correct, if not even an elegant sentence, maybe several times. And what do they learn here? They learn letter formation, they learn spelling, they internalize the mechanics and the punctuation. And you can start very, very simply, whether you're starting with a 5-year-old who's just learning to make letters, or whether you're starting with a 10-year-old who is just, you know, having a very, very hard time writing anything at all. Straight copy work has tremendous value. But as I said, unfortunately, it's kind of got a bad rep in the modern world. These days in schools, it's not often done because the attitude is, you know, it's busy work, or it's boring, or you don't learn anything. And it's completely not about what writing is all about, which is, you know, self-expression and creativity. I would challenge the idea that writing is all about self-expression and creativity as much as I would challenge the idea that playing music is about self-expression and creativity. Playing music is about playing music and experiencing great music, going through your mind and body and soul. We don't say to children here, you know, sit down at a piano and fool around for half an hour a day, and if you do that for 5 years, you'll learn to play the piano. No, we say, here, play this piece, play it in this way, imitate me precisely, and do that for a few years. And on the foundation of imitation, then we can start talking. We can start talking about the creative elements of interpretation or improvisation or composition. Same thing with writing. So when we start with good, solid copy work, we begin the right pathway for everyone, but especially for kids who get overwhelmed by the process. One step removed from copy work is the keyword outline. This is where, rather than reading a sentence and copying every word in that sentence, you read a sentence, you choose the keywords, and then you copy just those keywords into an outline and tell it back. This is what we're going to show in much more detail in the next session in about 40 minutes. So happy to show you exactly how this works, and you can try it out at home. In fact, that's what we're going to do this afternoon with students, and so hopefully you'll have one or more students that can join in there. And then what we do is we add a verbal element to the process formally. And so we have the keyword outline, and then we have the children speak the sentences that they're going to write, or approximately, using the keywords. So the keywords are a hint, a reminder, and they also are very helpful because those are at least 2 or 3 words that moved from the original into the outline that you don't have to refigure out how to spell. You just have to copy it correctly. And for kids for whom that even is difficult, you use a secretary. And so we will have in our class this afternoon, at least one, probably a few of the students whose parent will be with them in the class, acting as a scribe, acting as the secretary. So this speaking it into existence, and then hearing, and then being able to write down what you heard yourself say to yourself. But it's all very, very concrete, broken into small, manageable steps that can even be broken into short sessions throughout 1 or more days. So keeping it short, very, very helpful. We have 3 weeks of language arts instruction, IEW.com/free lessons. You can watch a little bit higher quality of video of me teaching students. And we also provide some grammar from our Fix It program along with the structure and style for students. So that's one place you can go, IEW.com/free-lessons. Another thing that I have talked about a lot, I have many, many podcasts on memorization, cultivating memory, the value of memorizing language, whether you have a child who's got a high aptitude for listening, speaking, reading, and writing, or perhaps even more powerful impact on kids who have challenges in one or more of those areas. Again, something that 150 years ago, pretty much every child universally learned, they memorized. Again, proverbs or aphorisms, they would memorize scripture in certain circumstances. They would memorize beautiful poetry, excerpts from famous speeches, and this does so much. You know, one thing is it moves words from a passive vocabulary to an active vocabulary. Passive meaning, oh, I kind of know what that word means. I recognize it. I kind of know what I mean, what it means if I hear it or see it. Active means you can use that word in context correctly because it is now in that part of your brain with all the words you're used to using. So what's the best way to move a word from kind of the passive vocabulary to the active is through memorization and recitation. I remember as a young child, I learned a particular kind of funny little poem that started out like this: scintillate, scintillate, globule vivific, fain would I ponder thy nature specific, loftily poised in ether capacious, strongly resembling a gem carbonaceous. All right, you don't know this poem, but if I sing it, you'll recognize it. Scintillate, scintillate, globule vivific, fain would I ponder thy nature specific, right? Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. So someone took that, put it into all this highfalutin vocabulary. But I remember as a kid, probably 11, 12 years old, I memorized this poem. I would recite it to show off. But I know this word scintillate entered my active vocabulary as a result of that particular poem at that particular developmental stage. So a tremendous benefit there. Memorizing anything actually grows the brain. A lot of what we do, you know, to help improve brain function has to do with repetition, because anything you do again and again and again until you get to a point where it's just easy, second nature, you don't have to think hard to make yourself do it. That's happening because you got more neurons connected to other neurons. Memorization of anything, whether it's music or dance or poetry or scripture, anything you can think of, is de facto good for the brain, because the more neurons you have connected to other neurons, the more processing power you're going to have. Memorization makes you smarter. So by using our poetry memorization or a similar program to increase vocabulary and fluency with language also helps to make neural connections. And I have personally known children, especially autistic kids, who really could not do much in terms of a free conversation, but they had memorized poetry and other forms of language that strengthened their ability to move words into immediate use and conversation. I've seen this again and again. And so this will not only increase the vocabulary and grow the brain, but if you're memorizing things that are good and true, good and beautiful, if you're memorizing sophisticated and reliably correct English, then that's building the database of reliably correct and sophisticated English in a much better way than you would pick up from the media, or random stuff you get from peers, etc. So consider that linguistic development through poetry memorization. You can get a taste of this at iew.com/free-poetry, free-poetry, and try this out. See if you like it. And if you do, of course, we have 5 levels of poetry memorization. And of course, having memorized something, especially for a child that language is not their strong point, having memorized something gives them something to be able to share. I remember, I've met many children who love to tell you the poems that they've worked on. Why? Because usually the poems are enjoyable or uplifting or humorous. And for them to have something to share is a huge benefit and motivator to go and learn more as well. So basically, that's what we've got in terms of tools to get you started here. We're going to take a little break now, and then we will come back with an entire presentation on how to use the IEW structure and style pathway in teaching children of all ages and aptitudes, from just beginning to be able to put letters on paper all the way through to writing full essays that would serve well in high school or beyond. Hopefully, this has piqued a few questions. Be sure that you send in those questions to our staff who are on by and would be able to type answers or send the questions to us for our last session today.
Yes, but we're not going to be able to answer all of those questions because we have a lot of them.
Oh, we do already have a lot of questions?
Yeah, when these people registered, a lot of them submitted their questions.
Okay.
So not to say that we can't take any more, but I don't think we're going to be here till
sometimes
midnight.
they bundle together too.
It's true.
So
True.
If someone has a question, someone else already had that question, that's like one more vote, answer this question.
That's right.
And so we'll look at the most requested topics.
And I did mention earlier that Laura, one of our behind the scenes, and she's helping with the chats in there, she's actually the one that's compiling those questions for us.
Great.
But for those of you who would like to have your question answered sooner or want to ensure that it gets the question is answered today, you can email SPED, S-P-E-D, at IEW.com. You can just email your question right now. And we've got a couple of people, Jessica and Jennifer, are answering those emails right now today.
And we've had a lot of questions over the years, so we have some pretty good answers ready to go for people. Are there any specials that we have going on today?
Well, the longer we talk, the shorter time they're going to see the slideshow that has some of our promotions going on. But we are doing a free shipping promotion just this weekend, just for those of you that are attending this conference. So if you're listening to the recording, you're not going to be able to use the free shipping coupon because it will probably have expired by the time the recording. And speaking of recording, all of you that have registered, you will get an email that will give you a PDF of the slides that Andrew showed today, as well as a link to the recording. And the recording is being recorded right now, and we'll just keep this on YouTube as long as they let us keep it on YouTube. So that's our goal there. And then one last thing, at the end of the day today, Andrew, because you're so nice, you were giving away 5 prizes.
5?
Yes, 5.
Oh,
5 just felt like a good number.
I
So
see.
we're actually giving away
$5 Starbucks cards.
no, how about 5 structure and style for students level A?
Ooh, okay.
So if you are interested in entering that drawing, it's more than just registering for this conference. You actually need to go to IEW.com/SPED-conference-tools. And Laura will put a link in the notes right now, so you can just click on that and go over there. Not only does that page have the resources that will be helpful to you, Andrew, the talk, Understanding Child Brain Development. There's a link to that talk on that page. That's a 2-hour talk that you were talking about,
Right,
that
with
Andrew.
Matthew.
And you looked much younger back then, though I did probably as well, but I wasn't in the video. I was looking at the video now and went, wow, you were pretty young then.
Yeah.
But
It
also,
happens.
there's a link pretty obviously on that page where you can enter our drawing to be one of those 5 winners, and basically must be present to win. So if you're watching the recording, same thing.
Too late. Okay.
It's too late.
Well, good.
So
All
that's
right.
it. We'll take a break
Okay,
and we'll come
take a
back
break.
at
25 minutes?
in 25 minutes. Yep.
All right.
Sounds great.
11:30 Central Time.
IEW, no, that's not what it's called. It's called Teaching Writing to Students with Special Learning Needs. So this is the teaching writing. And just more about how IEW in particular can be helpful to those students who have dyslexia, dysgraphia, ADHD, autism on the spectrum, all kinds of learning challenges that our students may have experienced, and how IEW can help with that. So Andrew will be doing a talk, giving some more of the nuts and bolts of how we teach writing. And I just wanted to mention a couple things. This is our 2020 Magalog. And of course, this is 2021. So this is now obsolete, pretty much. There's still some great articles in here, but every year we do a new Magalog. And our new Magalog for 2021 is coming out middle of February. So it's not too late if you've never received one of our Magalogs, to go ahead and sign up for this. And the reason I'm mentioning it here at this conference is there's three articles in our new Magalog, not in this one, but in our new Magalog, one that Andrew, you wrote. Is your mic unmuted this time?
The mic is unmuted.
Okay, good. So what is the name of your article?
You don't have to like it.
You still don't have to like
You
it.
still don't have to like it.
Well, yes. So Andrew wrote an article. You still don't have to like it. Basically, writing is hard. And for some kids, they don't like it. Is that okay?
I don't like it.
He doesn't like it. That is true.
Too hard.
And actually, you did a really good job of getting your article done on time. And actually, even before me, because
It's not finished yet.
Oh, yours isn't finished yet either. Okay. So I'm working on an article. Basically, it's for any age and aptitude. And the whole idea is whether you have gifted and talented students, whether you have struggling writers or special needs, or whether you're an adult, or whether you're, 5, 6 years old, IEW can help you become more proficient. So that's two of the articles in our catalog. And then another one, we're talking with a mom who's had 2 daughters in our Structure and Style for Students program. Mm-hmm. At IEW, we call that SSS. You'll hear SSS all the time. That stands for Structure and Style for Students. And she had 2 daughters, and she herself, English is not her first language. And so she's kind of our feature family. She is talking about her experience. And so this, in a way, this Magalog in some ways is perfect just for you. So please, if you haven't done so already, sign up to receive our 2021 Magalog. In addition to those articles, there are several free talks. Andrew has given away some of them today, the poetry lessons, our Structure and Style for Students free lessons, with the first 3 lessons are free to you, just to kind of get a sample of what it is we do here. Try it out, see if you like it. If you like it, buy it. And of course, we have a 100% lifetime guarantee, satisfaction guarantee on everything we sell. So you can't go wrong. It's just really a great idea. So sign up for the Magalog. And then I wanted to mention again, the special ed conference tools page, iew.com/sped, S-P-E-D, conference tools. And as the day progresses and more links are shared in our YouTube channel, on our Facebook page, we will also post those on that page. So there's one-stop shop for all of those links that we've been funneling through all day long.
The students in the afternoon class will need this source text.
Right, and that's on that page as well.
The sped-conference-tools.
Yes.
All right.
We're really good at making long URLs.
I know that.
Try to make them intuitive. So, okay. And Andrew, are you ready to do
I'm ready.
your talk?
Sure.
Okay. So, without any further ado.
All right, let's go. So why does Structure and Style, why does our IEW system of teaching English composition work so well? And then fill in the blank. Work so well with kids in public schools. Work so well with tutoring. Work so well with one-on-one instruction at home. Work so well with high aptitude kids. But today, the specific is works so well with special learning needs. And there are a few general overall reasons. The first is it's very, very clear. I remember the first time I went to Northern Alberta in Canada, and I saw this structure and style program. My background at that time was a Suzuki method violin and kinder music teacher, but I happened to be working in a school teaching some various things, and the whole faculty of this small school in Montana went to Canada and took this course called the Blended Soundsite Program of Learning, where I met Dr. Webster and learned the structure and style program for teaching writing. And the first thing that struck me is how clear everything is. There's no question about what am I supposed to do. There's usually a source text. There is an outline that comes from the source text. There is a specific way to format that outline, and then there is a checklist of things to do. And so these models make it exceedingly clear. And for me, it was kind of like, bright light shone into a fuzzy, hazy world. And I grew up, I went to schools, I wrote papers, I went to college, I had published a little newsletter as a young adult. I mean, I obviously could write, but I didn't, like a lot of people, quite know how do I do it. And when I saw the Webster syllabus, I said, aha, this essentially is like a Suzuki method for teaching English composition. Everyone starts at the beginning. There's a concrete pathway. There's clear steps along the way. There's a pedagogy that can be learned and taught, and then taught to other people who can learn and teach and pass it down, much like the talent education, or in Japanese, Saino Kyoiku, that has been so successful for teaching music. The second thing is that the source text, I think, and particularly the theme-based books, the SSS course material, even the source text that we include in the various teaching materials, are interesting to children. And so as you begin to work with a reluctant writer, a writer with special needs, having a high interest level is so beneficial. And hopefully with the student class this afternoon, I will have chosen a source text that is at or below the reading level of all the students. And yet, hopefully, I can get them engaged, get their imagination engaged with a very simple little Aesop fable. So I like to start with fables that have that capacity and then move into interesting and unusual things. Pacing. One of the things that I have come to understand from teaching music is that every child progresses at their own speed. You can have two kids, hypothetically, born on the same day, and they start violin lessons at the same time, and they spend the same amount of time coming to lessons, practicing. They have equally as attentive parents who can help them at home. And yet, even within that, everything being the same, the children themselves are very different. And so what we can do with teaching music is we can customize the pacing for the need of the child, using one basic idea, which is you don't go to something more complex until what has been taught so far has become familiar, even easy. And so you're able to adapt our writing program to any student's special needs. And we do that through varying the level of the source text. We do it by varying the level of help that a parent or tutor or teacher would give to the student. And we do that also by varying the reading level of the source materials. So the fact is, it's extraordinarily flexible. And in our system, there are 9 units. These are the original 9 units that I learned from Dr. Webster 30 years ago. And so we'll just go through them very quickly. Unit 1 and 2, I have alluded to in this morning's talk, and we're going to actually do this a little bit together here, and then we're going to do it in full motion. I wouldn't say slow motion, but a complete class with students where we show them how to use a source text, take the keywords from each sentence in the source text, create a little outline, and then tell back verbally the content from the outline. That's Unit 1. And then if you go one step further and write those things that you told back from the outline into sentences on paper, that moves you into Unit 2, writing from the keyword outlines or writing from notes. That's where we start with everyone. In fact, people say, well, what age? I usually answer something like this. I teach the same thing to kids, in 3rd grade as I would teach to students in graduate school. What differs is the sophistication of the source text and the speed of adding the new complexities. So when I start teaching, even if it's a class of high schoolers, even if it's a class of, fluent writers or high aptitude writers, I start with Unit 1 and 2, everybody, to get the foundation of that skill. Then in Unit 3, we shift into retelling narrative stories. Now, a narrative story is basically a story that has certain elements. It goes through time. And when we do this unit, we're using a story which is likely a little bit longer than the short source texts that we would use in Unit 1 and 2. Consequently, it doesn't work well in Unit 3 to take keywords from every sentence if the sentences are too many or too long. What does work, and this is the big shift between Unit 2 and 3, is to make a keyword outline by using what we call the story sequence chart. And we'll show you that in a little bit more detail later. But that's where a child would read the story, put it into the brain. So it's external, and now it becomes internal. Then the student, or with the assistance of a teacher or tutor, would ask the questions that go with the story sequence chart. The answers to those questions would come, hopefully, in words, and then those words go from the mind to the paper in the keyword outline format. So it looks similar to Unit 2, but the methodology of getting the keywords is very different. Unit 4 is when we teach the skill of summarizing a reference. So now you have the problem of too many facts, and you can't take keywords from every sentence or every fact. You have to sort, you have to choose of the number that are available, whatever that is, 10, 12, 15, 20, how many do you want? And this is also where we teach the paragraph organization using the topic clincher rule, as well as the skill of limiting the number of details that go into a paragraph. Unit 4, then, with this topic clincher paragraph model, becomes a building block for Units 5, 6, 7, and 8. Unit 5, writing from pictures. This is a very important step in our process where the student does not have a source text per se. There's no fable, there's no information on paper, there's no printed anything. But they're not completely alone. There's a set of pictures and then a methodology of asking questions about those pictures in order to come up with answers to the questions. Those answers go into keywords, the keywords go into an outline, and then the student can write describing the pictures with the assistance of the keywords in the outline. In the beginning, sometimes this unit requires some working together. I find that it's pretty much always easier for us, whether we're children or adults, to get more ideas when we work with other people, which is one reason I enjoy teaching small groups of children rather than individual kids one-on-one. When you have a small group, then you can get different ideas and kind of share them and float them around. And the student who might freeze up with that blank page, I don't know what to write, I can't think of anything problem, is much less likely to have that frustration when there are ideas that have kind of been stirred up and are floating around and are available to students to grab. So Unit 5 sometimes need a little extra assistance, and that's okay, because what you'll notice is if you go through it a few times, then the student is becoming more and more comfortable with that process. Unit 6 sounds a little scary, especially for students who have challenges in reading and writing, but this can be done. It can be scaled down. Like anything we do, Unit 6, summarizing multiple references. Well, that's when you have, in Unit 4, you have one source of information that has too many facts. So you have to filter through, sort, choose, transfer, retell. With Unit 6, now you have more than one source, 2 or 3 or more than one source with too many facts. So this adds the step of filtering a little bit more. You have, source A, and it's got too many facts, you choose 5 per topic. Source B, you've got too many facts, you choose 5 per topic. Source C, you got too many facts, you choose 5 per topic. Now you've got maybe up to 15 facts, but your final paragraph, you only want to have, say, 6 or 7. So now of those, 9 to 15 or whatever you've chosen, you choose from those the best of the best. You funnel, you filter, or fuse those into the outline from which you write your summary. That sounds complex, but what I've noticed is that the process, like anything we teach, can be broken down into small, manageable steps. And if you would, like to find out in greater detail how we do this and the other advanced units, there's the Teaching, Writing, Structure, and Style course, which is me, 2 days seminar teaching you, parents, tutors, teachers, how to use our whole syllabus. And we actually do practicum assignments for all these units, and you get a chance to do this yourself. And once you walk through it, then you can understand how to teach it to students. Also, Unit 6 is included in all levels of our Structure and Style for Students program, A, B, or C. And so you can see how I do that with children for 3 or 4 weeks in a row, 3 or 4 lessons in a row. Now, Unit 7 is what we call inventive writing. Dr. Webster originally created Unit 7, and he called it creative writing. So for years, the first 20 years, essentially, of me teaching this program, I used his label, creative writing, but I always was bumping into a few things. Number one, creative writing carries a lot of baggage. There are many people out there who have written articles or whole books or have whole things about how to teach creative writing, and it's very broad. Our definition is maybe a little bit different, and so we, when we re-recorded the Teaching, Writing, Structure, and Style seminar in 2015, we changed the name of Unit 7 to Inventive Writing, which is a little more honest. Creative comes from the Latin verb creo, meaning I create, to create, creo, creare. That's the verb that you get, like, in the beginning God created from nothing the heavens and the earth. What we do is a little different. We don't create something from nothing. We find stuff and use it. And the word invenio in Latin means I find or discover. Invenio, invenire, to find or discover is really more what we're doing. We're not creating something from nothing. We're finding something that already exists and then representing, telling that information. And what I have found in my own life is that most all of the writing I do is basically getting information, adding to it from my own experience or reflections, and then presenting the combination thereof to hopefully interested parties. That's essentially what we have in Unit 8, is we have the formal essay models. The nature of an essay is to collect up information and then add to it what you think about that information. By definition, an essay must have an opinion. And so we have these simple, beginning with 5 paragraphs, but then moving up in the essay models. And Unit 9, the formal critique, which would replace, say, the book report. So these are the 9 units of the structure and style syllabus of the IEW program. And as I said, everyone I teach, I start with Unit 1 and 2, regardless of age or aptitude or previous levels of experience. I find that's safer. No one has a problem with it. And sometimes the very basic ideas are skills that the students thought, oh, I kind of do that anyway. Or, oh, that makes this easier for me. One thing that is huge, and if you were in an elevator with me and said, so what's the difference between IEW and any other approach to teaching writing? My answer would start with separation of complexity. And I would move from separation of complexity and try to explain how that works by breaking down what is a very complex process into the small, manageable steps. And everyone benefits from walking through that pathway. So those are the 9 units. Now, we want to go back to Unit 1 and 2 and show you how this whole idea of a keyword outline would work. This is an Aesop fable, the dog and his shadow, or the dog in the shadow. Sometimes you see it, the dog in his reflection, which kind of makes a little more sense than the shadow business. And this is a fable that I did use with the Level A SSS class. And so I hand it out, and usually the first thing we always do is just read it. I want to be sure the source text is at or preferably below the reading level of the student or students. So this, I'm pretty confident, is at or below your reading level. But we'll read it through just to kind of get a sense of it, and then I'll show you how this keyword outline business works. A lucky dog had found a big fresh bone and was carrying it home to enjoy. On his way, he had to cross a low bridge over a calm stream. As he crossed, he looked down and saw his own reflection in the water beneath. Thinking it was another dog with another bone, he wanted to have that also. So he growled and snapped at the other dog in the water, but as he opened his mouth, the bone fell out. It dropped into the stream and was gone forever. Okay, maybe you've heard that story before. There are, by some estimates, well over 160 some Aesop fables. I've heard other estimates in the hundreds. This type is fairly easy to find. aesopfables.com is all public domain. And there are, of course, many other places you can find Aesop fables. This is a convenient length. I would say it's a little long. The students that I'll be teaching this afternoon, we're going to be using this fable, which is only 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences. And that is because it's a relatively short class. I want to have plenty of time, and I don't want to get bogged down in something too long. This dog in the shadow, as you see, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentences. So this is, and the sentences are a little bit longer. So we've read it through, we've talked about it. Usually one of the students, if you're teaching this particular fable, will something and say, like, well, that is really a stupid dog, which is somewhat true. Vicious, obnoxious, irrational, unintelligent. And of course, everyone wants to say, well, my dog is not that way. So this is a fable dog that can act however the author wanted. And then there's all sorts of other, things that kids may want to tell you. So having a little bit of time to just talk about it, be sure that all the words make sense. I look at this word reflection. Who could define the word reflection? He growled and snapped. Show me your growl and your snap. How would you feel if something that you wanted dropped into the stream or the ocean and you could never retrieve it again? For us, a big juicy bone, we wouldn't care, but if our cell phone fell down the sewer, then we'd have some stress, no doubt. All right, so now we go back and we create a very simple keyword outline looking at the first sentence. So let's read again the first sentence. A lucky dog had found a big fresh bone and was carrying it home to enjoy. Okay, so making a keyword outline, what would you say are the keywords there? And you can even type these into the chat box if you'd like. We probably don't need dog because that's in the title. So we're not going to forget it's about a dog. What else might be useful? Lucky, maybe. Bone, very likely. Carrying, possibly. Home. There's more than 3 good options here. If your source text is short enough, you end up with a sentence and there's only keywords and you don't have to choose. This is a little bit more challenging. But let's say you said, okay, let's go with bone, home, and enjoy. Hopefully that reminds us then that this dog was carrying a bone home to enjoy it. All right, so then we go back to the next one. On his way, he had to cross a low bridge over a calm stream. All right, keywords, what do you think there? Cross, bridge, stream, bridge, calm stream, cross, calm stream, way, cross, calm. Lots of options. There's no one right answer here. And as you'll notice if you watch the student class, they will have different ideas, and those are all fine. I'll kind of write something on the board as I might show you on the PowerPoint. That doesn't mean these are the only words you could choose. This is just one option among many for choosing keywords. But here we have bridge, calm, and stream. So hopefully that reminds us he had to cross a bridge over a calm stream. We go on to the next sentence. As he crossed, he looked down and saw his own reflection in the water beneath. All right, you tell me. Keywords, what do you like? Now, sometimes students, if they don't get a sense of this, they'll just pick one at random and be like, as. Okay, well, as. What's that going to remind you of? As opposed to crossed. That might remind you better. So the idea is the keywords are supposed to remind you of the idea. So what happened? He crossed, he saw his reflection, or he saw a reflection in the water, or saw reflection beneath, or crossed reflection beneath. There's so many options. There's no one right way. Here we see that this outline has reflection, water beneath. So that reminds us when he crossed this bridge, he saw his reflection in the water beneath. Now, you remember the story, so you could probably, without going back, remember, okay, what's this supposed to be? Another D, bone, wanted. Well, your mind almost just fills that in, doesn't it? It's almost like your brain puts in the words that you need to be able to say, he saw another dog with a bone and he wanted that also. Okay, so you're reminded of this. What did it actually say? We can take a look. Another dog with another bone, he wanted to have that also. Okay, growled, snapped, other dog, water, open mouth, bone fell out. That's kind of a long sentence, but it can be, again, we limit to 3 key words. Grrr is an abbreviation, I guess, for growl. Snapped, open, and fell. And you're going to remember what fell. I doubt you will forget what fell out of the dog's mouth. And then the last sentence here, it dropped into the stream and was gone forever. And here we see dropped, stream, and gone, or dropped, gone forever, or stream, gone forever. And you find ways to do that. So that is what you might have on a whiteboard if you're teaching this with a group of children. And then once you have this, the next task is to go and make sentences out of these key words. So you look back, bone, home, and joy. What was that all about? Okay, dog, shadow, bone, home, and joy. Okay, there was a dog who found a big bone and took it home to enjoy. So the student articulates the idea that goes with the 3 keywords in, hopefully, a complete sentence. If a child can't do that, then I, as the teacher or coach, would go so far as to say a sentence and have them repeat it back, and say a sentence and have them repeat it back, and just model this very tightly. I do find that most children, unless they have a kind of a serious speech impediment, are able to do this with very little modeling. They look at the key words and they remember, and they can say what they remember and tell back the story. He had to cross a bridge over a calm stream. The dog saw his reflection in the water beneath. He thought it was another dog with a bone, and he wanted that also. He growled, snapped, and as he snapped, the bone fell out of his open mouth. It dropped into the stream and was gone forever. Okay, now we have the whole story. It started outside our mind. We've brought it inside our mind. We have the outline with the keywords. And as I mentioned in the last session, one of the great benefits of having the keyword right there in front of you when you go to write it up is you don't have to figure out how to spell it. Word like reflection. A child may have a hard time sounding out or spelling that word, depending on their age or experience or challenges with spelling. But if it's in the keyword outline, you can make a sentence. He saw his reflection in the water beneath him. And so you're adding in smaller words, but the keywords are there ready to use. So this is going to allow everyone much more rapid success in terms of putting sentences on paper. In fact, I have taught in situations where I didn't even know who the children were. I remember this one school in Washington State in particular. It was a middle school, and I'm just doing my thing, keyword outline, kids starting to write. They start to write this up. And at the end of the class, one of the observing teachers said to me, that young man who was sitting, he told me, on my left side on the edge, has never written that many words on paper in his entire life that we know of. And so it was a huge breakthrough. I didn't know the child. I had no expectation. But what happened for him was we brought this process into small and discrete steps, and he could follow along and accomplish each of those steps much more easily than whatever they had been doing in the school before, and he had been really frustrated and floundering there. All right, so that's Unit 1 and 2, and you see on the screen here our little mini posters. These are available with the premium content to our website. They're also, if you happen to have the Teaching Writing Structure and Style seminar notebook, you see these as little icons for each unit. So these are our mini posters, and here you see the keyword outline. Once you can tell it back, you can write it out. One of the things that you will notice when I teach the students this afternoon is that I'm very absolute on 2 things. Number 1, the students must skip lines. When they write on paper, they double space. It's not negotiable. They must skip lines. This is very, very important, especially in a special needs, second language, visual processing, whatever, because the more space you have around the words, the easier it is for them to see what they've written and to continue writing. And the other thing that may surprise you is I will make a rule, no erasing allowed. In fact, we will just give the students pens, and they will not have the option to erase with the pencil. This is also hugely helpful because then you don't waste any time. It's actually visually clearer than erasing and having a lot of smudging. It requires less energy to get a nice dark line with a pen on a piece of paper. And so we'll be doing that, enforcing the skipping lines and having them use pen. And if your students at home are following along, I would recommend you enforce those 2 things and see how it works. I have over the years found that just doing that helps everyone feel less stressed about, oh no, I have to make this perfect the first time, which of course is ridiculous. Never perfect the first time. Okay, now as we move into the syllabus, what you see right here on the screen is actually excerpted from our Teaching Writing Structure and Style Seminar Workbook. And we have this adjusting for grade level section, as well as special needs and English language learners. So we can just pop right down and say, okay, so what's different? What do you want to consider if you're working with special needs and ELL? Well, one thing is continue to discuss the source text and review the vocabulary. Don't make assumptions about what students should or should not understand or know. It's better to err on the side of over explaining or discussing or playing with something than to let it go by and have that concept be fuzzy. Also, you don't want to stop with the oral retelling. That helps these students a whole lot, because if they say it out loud, they then can more easily hear what they said to themselves. If it's all going on inside your mind, then you have to hear what you said to yourself, only you didn't really say it out loud, so it's harder to hear and consequently harder to remember. So the verbal articulation of the ideas before the writing on paper happens is of increased value to students who need to break the complexity, to reduce the complexity and make it as easy as possible. If students have, a dysgraphia or even a cerebral palsy or a kind of circumstance that makes it extremely hard, if not impossible, for them to actually write with a utensil on paper, then of course you have a few options. One would be you be their secretary, you write for them. So they dictate what you want and they write it down, or they dictate a sentence, you write everything but the last word and let them write the last word. Or they dictate one sentence to you, you write it down, and then you dictate one sentence to them and they write down what they hear you say, so they get the best of both sides. Or perhaps you're even at a point where just putting letters on paper is not realistic, in which case you do all of the writing on paper, or they are learning to type and use a keyboard. So for your very dysgraphic student, just typing may be the important thing. One thing to consider, however, is that technology will atrophy the skill which it replaces. So if you do allow a younger child to start typing everything and never have them write on paper, they could grow up and become an adult who cannot write on paper, which isn't the end of the world, but you have to say, okay, am I accepting that that is a possibility, or should we kind of separate things? Keep going with writing on paper, only keep it super simple, just the copy work element, just the handwriting side, and put the composition side of it into higher speed with dictating to mom or a teacher or a scribe, or even using assistive technology like voice recognition and getting it onto paper into a screen letter form as easily as possible. Another thing would be that they will need some instruction in basic mechanics. So your things like capitalization and punctuation, which kind of generally falls into the grammar area. But these are cases where, they may be able to edit something and fix it, but they don't necessarily recognize the same need for that in their own papers. Consequently, having an editor makes it a lot easier for them to produce a close to perfected final version. So having you take whatever piece of paper you came out with them, or the screen, print it if it's typed, and then put in, manually, probably with a different color pen, all of the corrections that you see need to be made for this thing to become legal. Don't make it good, just make it legal in terms of the mechanics, and then they can copy that over, implement those changes. And so the last thing that very helpful for students is to read what they wrote out loud, and then they will more likely catch if there's a missing word or a number or tense disagreement or something that a native speaker of English would kind of pick up and go, that doesn't sound right. They'll hear it. They're more likely to be able to fix something they hear than something that is seen. Now, if you have a second language learner, that's not going to happen as easily because there isn't that database of having lots of memorized language and having grown up speaking the language to kind of know, is that right or not, the way you would if you are a native speaker. So there's that challenge again, and this is where having a good editor who will put in little corrections and fix things up can be very, very helpful. So those are some ideas on adjusting for grade level for Unit 1 and 2. And what you'll notice in the seminar workbook is that every unit has this page with adjusting for grade level and then special needs and English language learners. So let's just do a brief tour of the mini posters. Unit 3 is the story sequence chart. And as I said, this is where we don't choose the keywords from the sentences on the page. Instead, we ask questions. And the poster gives the questions to ask. So who is in the story? What is that person like? What's their circumstance? What's their situation? Or maybe it's an animal if it's a fable. When is it happening? Where is it happening? And so that who, where, when, those 3 questions go with the first paragraph. And so you can usually get 3, 4, 5, 6 or more sentences by answering those questions. Again, you will observe this in the Teaching Writing Structure and Style, where you actually get to do it yourself, or with any of the Structure and Style for Student courses, we show this shift from looking on the page for the keyword to asking a question. Who's in the story? A boy. What is he? He's a shepherd boy. Where is he? He's outside town watching sheep. When is this happening? A long time ago, far, far away, early in the morning, late in the afternoon. So that all helps to build the picture. The second paragraph job is the conflict, right? So the conflict or the problem that needs to be solved. We often call that a plot. The question, of course, is what is the problem? Most problems are connected with a want or need. So what do the characters want or need? If that's not evident, go one step back and say, okay, what character wants something to be different than it is, right? Which character wants to effect a change? And then that sometimes can point you toward what the characters want or need. What do they think? What do they say? What do they do? And that kind of develops the whole thing. In fact, the word plot, if you make it a verb, means to think of something, to think of solutions to problems, etc. So that conflict and problem to be solved is the second paragraph. Then the third paragraph, how is this need resolved? Then you can ask some follow-up questions. What happens after that? Why have this story? Is there, a message or a lesson or some wisdom to be gleaned, or is it purely amusing? And so that's the story sequence chart. And this is a 3-paragraph composition. So for some students, going from Unit 2, which is mostly going to be fairly short, 4, 5, 6, 7 sentence Aesop fables or 1-paragraph source text. Maybe you do a 2-paragraph source text in Unit 2. We have some of those. But here in Unit 3, 3 paragraphs. So again, this may have to happen in small steps. Day 1, read the story, talk about it, be sure it makes sense. and start making the keyword outline for the first paragraph. Day 2, read the story again, verbally tell back the details from the keyword outline in the first paragraph, and then make the keyword outline for the second and the third paragraph. And maybe that's all you get done. Okay, then the third day, tell back the whole story from all the keyword outline of all 3 paragraphs, start writing just the first paragraph. And maybe that's all you have time for. The next day, maybe you get the next paragraph. The next day, you get the third, and you've accomplished the whole thing over the course of a week or so. So you may have to break it down into those shorter sessions, small, manageable steps. When I teach a class, I usually go for 1.5 hours to 2 hours, but that's not necessarily the recommended way to do it every day at home. You might take that 2 hours that I would do with a whole group of kids in one session and break it into 4 or so half-hour chunks, which would be good, especially for kids who have attention issues or auditory tiredness. Unit 4, as I mentioned, summarizing a reference. This is the mini poster there. And really, this topic, clinch a rule, is one of those things that appeals so well to the concrete student. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. It's easy for us to get caught up in saying, well, a paragraph has to make sense and it kind of has to stay on one topic. And, the last sentence is the concluding sentence that kind of ties it together, make it cohesive. These are all pretty abstract for a lot of children. Whereas if you just say the rule, the first sentence in the paragraph and the last sentence in the paragraph must repeat or reflect as synonyms 2 or 3 keywords. And so then the student knows, okay, do I have 2 or 3 words in my first and last sentence of each paragraph in this composition that reflect by using synonyms or are the same? And we have lots of great examples of compositions that do this in our teaching, writing, structure, and style, as well as our student samples from the Magnum Opus magazine and elsewhere. So that unit 4, again, it's making it very, very clear to the student. This is what you do. And you know it before you learn it. That's one of the big differences. You get to learn it, practice it, and then you can know it, and then you can do it. And as it gets easier and easier, it looks more and more natural. All too often, I think when we teach students, we try to explain, here's the basic big idea, now try to go and apply that, only they don't really understand and the application falls short. And there's a slip then between what the teacher is saying or thinking or teaching and what the student hears, understands, remembers, and can do. So we're always wanting to err on the side of modeling closely, teaching by example, and giving as much help to all students. Unit 5, writing from pictures. As I mentioned, this is kind of a weaning step between the dictated content of the Unit 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 to the inventive or creative writing. Unit 5, you don't have a source text per se, but you have a set of pictures. Could be 3, could be 2, could be 1, could be 5. Generally, you would have the number of paragraphs as you have pictures. So each picture corresponds with a paragraph, and the skill, of course, of learning to think of stuff by asking questions. Okay, who's in the picture? What are they thinking? What are they saying? What are they doing? When did they start doing this? Where are they exactly? Why is this person or character in this picture doing this? What happened before the picture? What might happen after the picture? Is there anything invisible or outside the picture? So these are questions that students learn almost like a litany. They can kind of run those questions. And when they ask a question and get an idea, and they know it worked because the idea was there in response to the question, okay, jot that down. And you're taking notes, not from a source text, but from you get a thought, and then you put that thought into 2 or 3 keywords. And so writing from that bridge from the dictated content that is very secure and safe and easy for most everyone toward, okay, now you just have to write what you think. You have to find something inside. This Unit 5 is a great weaning step in that direction. Unit 6, as I mentioned and kind of explained, you have here multiple sources with too many facts. And so you have to take notes by choosing interesting, important, relevant, and then creating a fused outline, and then repeating that process for as many topics as is needed for your paper. This really is training in the bigger kind of research paper that people often find they have to do, middle school, high school, writing a paper for college. I've actually had people, believe it or not, in graduate school, in university, come to my writing seminar on how to teach writing to children, learn Unit 6, and then say things like, wow, this is really going to help me in my papers for school. Or I would say the most common thing I've heard from adults who learn this or learn the whole program, and then they look at their life and say, why didn't anyone ever teach me this? How come I didn't learn this when I was in school? This is really going to help me, in my graduate class or in my ministry or in my business or my daily work. So very simple but practical way to break the complex process of research, again, into what? Small, manageable steps. And you can come right alongside your student, do it together, and teach by modeling and imitation. And they will gain huge benefit from going through this process. And they will see both the end product, or the forest, as well as how they got through the forest, the trees. They'll see the forest and the trees and not lose sight of one for the other. The official model is the My Dog. It's a 5-paragraph composition, but there's no reason that says you have to do 5 paragraphs. You could do just one. You could do 2 topics on one subject. You could do 2 topics on one subject and add in a conclusion and introduction for a 4-paragraph composition. That's the way we have it in a couple of the history-based writing lessons. It's when you get that 3rd division, or that 3rd topic, that it really begs for some framing, and we get the traditional 5-paragraph essay, which is not necessarily, and shouldn't be for anyone, an ending point, but it is a step in the process of internalizing structure so that you know how to write essays more formulaically if you want, although some people condemn formulaic. It's not necessarily bad. I mean, think about it. Every superhero movie out there is formulaic. Everyone still likes to go see them. And in a way, when you hear a speech or read an essay that is formatted in a kind of more traditional or classical approach with, an exposition and then, carefully determined divisions, as well as a recapitulation at the end, and adding in what you think about something, which is what I said, the difference, between research and essay. Research is when you collect up information. Essay is when you collect up information and add to that what you think about that information, or you choose the information that supports what you want to teach or present. But please be aware that although this is a stereotypical 5-paragraph essay model, it is not the end. We have expanded essays of 6 or 7 paragraphs. We have expanded essays with expanded topics. We have super essays, which combine 2 or more 5 to 7 or more paragraph essays. So we can get you up there to whatever length or size of composition you need, always by number of paragraphs, but we don't want to push a student, again, prematurely into overwhelming complexity. Also, a 5-paragraph composition of this sort could take, many, many days to accomplish for an English language learner, a special needs student, a young student, etc. The Unit 8 essay model is essentially the same as the My Dog. The only difference is with the inventive writing, Unit 7, all the information is coming from your experience, your imagination, your memory, whereas in the basic essay, as I said, now you're collecting up information and presenting that as well. But the model, which is good. And then we finished with the critique model, which would replace the book report. And you know, when you think about it, a book report is one of the hardest things you have to do ever for anyone. Think about it. You got a 150-page book, 200-page book, 200-page book, and you're going to now write a short little, what, 1 page, 2 pages about that book. That is very difficult because the funnel is so wide. There's so much information, and you have to somehow get that tiny little bit out of all that, figure out what to put, get it on paper, etc. So with our critique model, first of all, we eliminate the term book report because it doesn't have to be about a book. And second of all, I would start with a short story critique where you're already familiar with the Unit 3 story sequence chart, and then you're adding in the introduction with background information about the story and the author, as well as a conclusion about what you thought about that story, what you liked or disliked, and why. So those are the 9 units. We have some offshoots to those models that can be accessed after maybe the first or second year of going through, and then the variation, the computation and variation of the structural models, very powerful. Just briefly, I'll let you know about our stylistic techniques. This is the other half of the syllabus. So it's structure and style. And the stylistic techniques consists of a list of specific word usages, such as use an ly adverb somewhere in the paragraph, use a quality adjective that gives a strong image or feeling somewhere in the paragraph, use a strong verb, mostly by find a weak, lame, lousy verb like come or said or want, and replace it. And of course here, word choice, we're encouraging students to use tools that expand their active vocabulary, which would be, in general, a thesaurus or some electronic variation thereof. We have a fantastic product called a Word Right Now that is a thesaurus, but it's super kid-friendly, and it's designed along thematic lines so that children can look up, say, a character quality and find verbs, adjectives, and adverbs that are all aligned with that character quality. So upping the word choice. Another category of our stylistic techniques would be grammatical. In our dress-ups, we see things like a who, which, or an adjective clause, or when, while, where, as, since, if, although, which creates an adverb clause most of the time, or using a prepositional phrase to start a sentence. Okay, here's a list of prepositions. All right, you can choose one, figure out how you can say what you want to say. Using a participle, such as the ing word opening a sentence. And these are all explained with good samples and I think a very comprehensive set of options for teaching and learning this in both our teaching, writing, structure, and style seminar for teachers, parents, tutors, as well as the SSS, which is where we introduce them much more slowly for the students in the class. And you see our little banner, the EZ+1. That is a formula that you can remember very easily, I hope. And although we put a Z and there's no Z in the word easy, it's easy to look at and remember. What it basically means is don't teach too much too fast. The basic way I try to do this is bring in the first dress-up technique, whatever that is. In my case, it's usually ly adverb. That's what we'll do with the kids this afternoon. And you bring in an ly adverb and you come up with a list of, a dozen or 20 or more that would work in this composition. You say, okay, you have to have one in there. Here's a checklist. And when that is easy, meaning the student can do it without much help and it doesn't sound too goofy, then and only then do you add in the next stylistic technique. Then you do both of those things in each paragraph of each composition until that becomes easy. Then and only then do you add in the next one and do all 3 of those in each paragraph until it becomes easy. And so over a period of weeks, months, or more likely years, depending on the age and aptitude of the student, you're going to be introducing each one. It's becoming easy. There's a new one, and eventually you have, 11, 12 things, 12 stylistic requirements for each paragraph of a composition. And if you've taught it correctly, it should be pretty easy. So that's a little overview of our stylistic techniques. So when you are teaching the style techniques, you want to discuss the vocabulary. You want to make your environment word rich. A lot of times you see in classrooms word walls, how to organize the words on the wall. There's many different ways. We recommend stylistic organization and use of perhaps sparingly the banned words list to replace the weak, lame, lousy words with higher quality. And if you're in homeschool, you can do this as well. Have a wall that you dedicate to language resources. And it'll serve you well. Also, kids have some challenges with just knowing, is this word a verb or an adjective? And English is probably one of the hardest languages to learn the parts of speech, because in English, words can be used without changing and in different ways. You think about the word golf, for example. Golf, that could be a noun. Golf is boring, okay? Or it could be a verb. We golf every week. Or it could actually be an adjective. Go get in the golf cart. So it's always constantly beneficial to be trying to parse the sentences and understand the grammar. Although if you want to understand English grammar better, it's easier to learn it by studying the grammar of a foreign language, because it's not already overly familiar. And then filling up the whiteboard, as you will see me do with the students, kind of the Robin Hood style of teaching. Steal from the rich, give to the poor, stir up all the ideas, as I said, and let them settle where they may. One of the great things about our approach is it makes grading super easy. Grading is probably something that teachers dislike the most about teaching writing. I think in a perfect world, we wouldn't necessarily use letter grades like A, B, C, D, and F at all. I never used grades when I taught music, and I think teaching music, teaching writing are a lot closer than, say, math, which is more objective. It's right or wrong. You got it or you didn't. In writing, there's things you can do that are not quite legal, but they sound really good. There's also things you can do that are perfectly legal, but don't work well at all. So with our system, we have a checklist like you see on the screen here. And this checklist then allows the student to be sure, okay, I'm supposed to have done this and this and this and this, and check it off and be sure they did. And then if you want to, you can add points to that. Although in my classes, and especially with, special needs circumstance, I wouldn't do A, B, C. I would do A or I. A stands for accomplished or achieved or accepted. I stands for incomplete. Either you did the assignment and you got everything on the checklist, you've done your best, it's copied over, it's as close to perfect as it's going to get, accepted. Or, oh, you forgot something, you're not finished. Let me help you fit that in, and you can produce the more completed version. If you notice then, as you go through the units, the checklist will expand over time, not necessarily for you in 1 year's time between Unit 2 and Unit 7, but this is just a visual so you can see how the number of paragraph, add the number of boxes, the number of techniques to accomplish in each paragraph adds to the number of boxes. And of course, kids love, like you do and I do, to be able to check off a box and get that good feeling that you get when you check off the boxes. It also makes your life as a teacher much better if you're in a position of having to grade. It's very objective. You did it or you didn't. All right, with teaching writing structure and style, this is our flagship course. This is where we try to suggest everyone begin, because you are the most important person in your student's life when it comes to being able to help them overcome their obstacles to writing. And so you educating yourself first is absolutely the most critical place to start. And so that is where we recommend. We also then have the structure and style for students, and you can get some free lessons at iew.com/free-lessons. There's level A, B, C. Now you'll notice we don't put grade levels on our boxes. We don't have a grade 4 curriculum. This is very important here at IEW because, you know, grade 4 students, what does that even mean? It means they're all approximately 9.5, 10 years old. It doesn't mean that they have a particular level of experience or aptitude or mastery at all. So what we do is we, first of all, attach grades to our products only by saying reading level. So the green color products are level A, and the idea is that level A, the source texts, are at or below what we would evaluate as reading level, grade 3 to 5. And even within, it's pretty broad, grade 3 to 5. So if you have a student who is much older, but working at a lower, simpler reading level, it is perfectly okay to get year 1 level A for an older student. They won't feel insulted. They won't feel that everybody in the class was so much younger than them. We actually had quite a range of age when we created these live, video, when we created these video courses. So when you look at our stuff, don't think age, don't think grade in school, think reading level. So green, level 3, reading level 3 to grade 3 to 5, level B, reading level middle school 6 to 8, level C, reading level 9th grade and up. And you can go get free lessons from all 3 levels if you want. So you can kind of see, how do I do the same thing with kids of different ages, but using different source texts and checklists. So we have the theme-based writing lesson books, the orange, or I guess you call it kind of a tan pumpkin. I have just been informed this color is pumpkin. Our pumpkin color striped books, Bible Heroes, People, Places in the Community, these are in the pre-grade 3 reading level. So essentially kids who are reading at a grade 1-2 level. And then we also have writing source packet. And of course you can, if you take the Teaching Writing Structure and Style course, learn our system well enough to find or create your own source text, which has the advantage that you can find one that is particularly interesting or appropriate for that child. We've got our Fix-It grammar. There's a lot that could be said about this. We actually have some demonstration videos of the Fix-It grammar, both a live class I taught with kids, we can put the link in the chat box, as well as some explanatory videos. But it's basically a super easy, everyday, 1, maybe 2 sentences. Start, with book 1. There's just a couple things to fix in each sentence. The sentences go on through the whole book and tell a story. And so it's a relatively painless, smooth way to practice editing skills and build grammar and mechanics facility. So you might take a look at that at all. I did talk a little more in the last session about poetry memorization. Tremendously helpful to build the vocabulary, to create the database of reliably correct and sophisticated English, and then of course just the value of memorizing anything to grow the brain, and then from a vocabulary point of view, moving words from the passive into the active vocabulary of the child. So take a look at that, iew.com/free-poetry, and it's fun. All right, so last things, and we'll wrap it up here. Don't be afraid to help your student as much as is needed. You're not looking for mastery the first time through anything. You're giving help. You're building a momentum of success. You can be encouraged by any little bit of progress that you see. And I strongly recommend, if you haven't already, take a listen to my talk, The 4 Deadly Errors of Teaching Writing, and that should be helpful as well. The errors are, number 1, overcorrecting. Number 2, withholding help. Number 3, unclear assignments, which we can totally solve that problem. And number 4, over expectation. So if I had a whole hour of time I could squeeze into the next 3 minutes, I'd give you this lecture, but I can't. So you'll have to go find it on your own at IEW.com. So that's the end of what we've got here for this session. Julie, you've got a couple announcements for us, and then we'll take about a 20-minute break and come back with some children in the room. I'm looking forward to that.
I have some show and tell. So hold on, let me get the
If
show
you
and tell.
didn't notice, she is the Chief Marketing Officer of IEW. So her job, my job is I just get to teach stuff. She has to sell stuff.
I do, but there were so many things that you mentioned, and I just have to say I am enjoying so much following the chat, and I love our chatter whose name is Asleep at 8.
Asleep at 8?
I am so with you. I wish I were asleep at 8 every night, but
I thought it was someone still asleep at 8 in the morning, which is not you, because you get up early and
no,
walk
I
every
get
day.
up pretty early, yes. But I did want to mention just a couple things. We have the Teaching, Writing, Structure, and Style course, and I'm going to just show you the picture that we keep showing of this shows the DVDs. And there's all the DVDs in this really nice little wallet. However,
how many of you love DVDs?
I mean, people don't even have DVD players anymore, Andrew.
Especially young people.
Right. And so we actually, just a couple of years ago, when we redid this course, updated it, got
streaming.
We're now doing streaming. So you have the option of buying either the DVDs or the streaming. It's the exact same video content. And then, so I just don't want you to think, oh, DVDs? Wow, you guys are so old school. No, we're not. We're cool. We've got streaming video for you as well. But I did want to just mention what Andrew just shared in that, fire hydrant overview was a very brief overview of our 9 units. And some of you were a little overwhelmed. Andrew, we've got some teachers who they themselves are dyslexic and dysgraphic.
Yeah.
So I'm sure even if you're not, it was probably a little bit overwhelming, but just know that we just kind of wanted to give you a broad brush of what we do so that you don't think we just start off really slow and it doesn't go anywhere from there. We have we go all the way up, as Andrew said, master's level student, graduate, doctoral dissertations are written using the structure and style approach.
I wouldn't claim that, but go ahead.
But anyway, that's the teacher training course. And some of you chatters are asking, do I really need this? And Asleep at 8 says, yes, you do. And I agree with him or her, whoever that is.
I'm glad Asleep at 8 knows that.
Yes, well, she's probably she probably knows how to get to bed on time. But the whole thing is, this is a teacher training course. And when I first learned of IEW, this is pretty much all you sold.
That's all we had. Yeah.
And so I did write my own lessons, and I have a background in education. I did teach school for a couple of years. And so I knew how to write lesson plans. And the other thing that's included with the teacher training course, so Teaching, Writing, Structure, and Style, just to be clear, this is the teacher training course. You get the premium membership and a lot of free add-ons to that, including the checklist generator. I could go on and on, but there is a link, or there will be soon a link on the IEW.com sped-conference-tools of the unboxing videos where I explain what is in each of these boxes. So you can see, because one of the things that we've done, Andrew mentioned, we've got 3 levels, level A, B, and C, and we color code around here. And so level A is 3rd to 5th grade reading level. So a lot of our special needs students, regardless of what age they are, regardless of what grade they're in, they're probably level A. But what's in this box? Well, again, DVDs or streaming, so you can do it either way. And there's actually 24 in here. So there's a lot of content of Andrew teaching your kids, and
there's a joke on every single of those 24 discs.
there are multiple jokes on some days, and some days you just are so excited about the lesson that you
skip the joke?
You forget the joke.
Oh my God.
And then you come back the following week and apologize.
Well, I will not skip the joke today.
No, he's got a good joke today. Okay, so there's a teacher book that goes with, that tells you how to use this course. This is the teacher book. This is not the teacher training materials. Anyway, this is what your students are going to be doing. They're going to be putting together a binder of resources. Andrew's going to be passing it out in class in this very room, and your students will pull it out of their binder and begin to build a notebook and begin to really start writing. So this is the student materials, and as Andrew mentioned in this PowerPoint, we also have theme-based books. They don't have the video component, but they still go through 7 units for level A, oftentimes 9 units for levels B and C, and easy +1, get through it little by little. What I love about the structure and style for students is Andrew teaching, and it's all paced out at a very gentle pace. Even for the high school level, those kids just start off keyword outline, telling it back, doing unit 1, and then they ramp up to, we get into response to literature by the end of the year. So it moves pretty quick.
Do you know what time it is?
It is time for me to stop talking.
We got to get the kids in here.
We do. The kids are still arriving.
We got to give the people at home a little break.
And you do need a little break. So
Okay.
Come back, watch this again, go to the conference tools page, and just know that we are here to help you answer any questions that you might have about learning yourself how to teach writing and then teaching your students writing. So have a good break. You do.
Thanks. No, that's throw that away. Green is never good.
Cameron needs to do a mic test. Stand basically right there.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
We get a 1 solid clap. Fixed. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Well, this mic is not taped down, so let's just.
And you're going to put this table right here? And you think that's easier than moving this mic? Anyway, so you like the guitar? What do you like about it?
I like that my dad does it with me sometimes.
Yeah, that's really good to play music together. It's kind of lonely to play music all on your own. That's why piano is hard. You know, you're sitting there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you gone to Egypt?
I have not been to Egypt. Do you think I should go?
Yes.
I was so close to going to Egypt. This last summer, I was going to Israel and Egypt, and the whole thing got canceled. I was also supposed to go to Bulgaria and Poland. This was going to be my big, like, super international year. I was getting all those stamps in my passport and see the Holy Land, and all I got to see was inside of my house. And my wife's beautiful face. That's okay. Missed that trip. Anyone taking any interesting trips? No? Nothing this year?
We did go to Colorado.
You went to Colorado? Wow. They've got sand dunes there. Did you see any sand dunes? Did you climb one? All the way to the top? The Great Sand Dunes? Wow. When I was about your age, how old are you? 10? Yeah, about 10. I went to summer camp in Colorado, and we climbed the Great Sand Dunes, and I got a little badge from my shirt or whatever that said I climbed the Great Sand Dunes. And I took my children back a few years ago. I had a daughter who's like 12, super wimpy child. Anyway, the wind was blowing like crazy on these sand dunes. I don't know if the wind blowing when you were there?
Yes.
It's horrible. Like the wind is just like whacking you like a million microscopic bullets in your face. It was horrible. And I'm like, okay, I can take it because I'm a man. But 12-year-old youngest daughter, it hurts, I'm cold, I gotta leave, this is so horrible. Where was her sense of adventure? Right? Because Phidias, you sometimes just have to experience pain to get the full sense of adventure, right? I mean, haven't you had that happen? No? Well, we'll have to find some pain for you. You've had that happen, right, Jace?
Yeah.
Like you're in a full-out adventure, going somewhere, doing something, and you get hurt. And you're like, ow. And then you come home and you tell people about your injury. Yeah, it's like an airsoft war or something, right? You shoot. Do you know airsoft? Boys do this. They shoot air pellets at each other and hurt each other. And they think it feels good. And then they rip off their shirt and show off all the bruises. Girls are like, why? Why? What's our situation?
We're good.
Oh, we're live?
You're live.
We're live. So, welcome then. My name, you know, is Andrew Pudewa. And we are here at our headquarters in Eastern Oklahoma. And we have a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus a few moms and a few other people in the room. And we're going to do a little writing class. So you at home, and by the way, I just want you to know, there are people registered for this class who are watching from 34 different countries. Would you like to hear the countries?
Yes.
Australia, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, China, Egypt, Germany, India, Indonesia, Ireland. That's nice. Japan, Kenya, Macedonia. That's near Greece, I think, right?
Yeah.
Malaysia, Mexico, Mozambique, Myanmar. Never know how to say that one. Nepal, New Zealand, Nigeria, Oman, Pakistan, Philippines, Singapore, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, the Bahamas, the Gambia, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, and one more country. Can you guess?
Israel?
USA. Good guess, though. There might be someone from Israel sneaking in. You never know. Anyway, so thank you all at home who've joined us. Now, if you're at home, hopefully you've gone to the website sped-iw.com/sped-writing conference -tools. sped-conference-tools. And there you get this piece of paper, which you will need in a minute or two. So be sure you've got that on hand if you're at home. I'm kind of curious to know, and those of you who are at home, you can chat in to the box any answer to question or any question. But I'm going to ask these students a few questions. The first question I have is, how many of you like writing? You like writing so much, you would do it in your spare time if you had any. Okay, no one. Well, I'm not raising my hand because I like writing. Truth is, I don't really like it that much. I'm just raising my hand so that if there's anyone who wants to raise their hand, they feel comfortable doing so. But all right, well, let's ask the opposite question. How many of us dislike writing? In fact, dislike writing so much that you might do any other chore than have to write a whole paragraph or story. Anybody in that category? I'm with you, Jake. Absolutely. When I was your age, I hated writing. In fact, if you can imagine, I would be writing something and I would get so frustrated, tears would be dripping on my paper. Have you ever had that happen? And my biggest problem, I don't know, Jace, if you've had this problem or not, but my biggest problem was I didn't know what to write about. Has anyone had that happen? Like someone wants you to write something and you're just not sure what to do? And it's kind of like a blank brain, blank page. I can't think of anything. I don't do that too often anymore, but sometimes in secret when nobody's watching. So people say, oh, you're the director of the Institute for Excellence in Writing. You must like writing. It's hard. But I have discovered a few things that make it easier. And one of those is to use what we call a source text or a story. So in this class, you're not going to have the problem of, I don't know what to write about. You may have other problems, but you won't have that problem. So I will give you a copy here. Have you ever watched anyone lick their finger when they take a paper or turn the pages of a book?
Yeah.
You really shouldn't do that, because it gets germs all over the paper. But there's a really cool story about a murder. And the way that the murderer murders his victim is he puts a tiny, tiny little bit of poison on the corner of every page in a particular book. And over the course of the story, the person reading the book gets sicker and sicker and sicker until they die. And then the rest of the book is about finding out who did it and why. The good news for you is I have not put any poison on the corner of this paper. There are, however, maybe a few germs, but okay. Everyone got the paper? You say, here, I got one extra one. You want one too, I can tell. All right. Now, the first thing is we're going to read this, and I want you just to follow along with your eyes as best you can. I'm going to read it out loud, and then I'll show you what we're going to do with this. Very short, very easy, okay? So here we go. A hungry fox saw a bunch of ripe grapes. They dangled high up on a vine. He jumped and jumped, but could not reach them. He said, I'll bet those grapes are sour anyway. Okay. Now, I want you to read it again, this time out loud with me as best you can. And when you read something, there's little clues about how to read it better. And one of those little clues is if someone is talking, right? What is that little clue? When you're looking at words on a page, they give you the symbol to say someone's talking. Do you know what that is, Joseph?
A quotation mark.
Can you see them on this page? There's also another little clue. It says, he said. That's a clue. He said something. But then there's the quotation marks. So when you read it, you want to use your Fox voice, right? Do you have a Fox voice? I have a dad voice. And I have a husband voice. And I have a teacher voice. And I can make up a Fox voice. But this is not any old fox. Tell me about this fox.
He wanted to get the grapes
He wanted to get the grapes. Why?
because they look good.
They looked good, and he was
Hungry.
hungry. So you not only have to use a fox voice, you have to imagine a hungry fox voice. Also, what did he do before he said, I bet those grapes are sour anyway? He jumped and jumped. How many times did he jump? Two. Now, you've probably heard this expression, he talked and talked. Have you ever heard that? You might even use it. You would say, after church, my mom talked and talked. Does that mean she talked twice? What does it mean?
It means she talked a lot.
She talked a lot, possibly for an entire half an hour while you were just dying of boredom because all your friends had left and you just wanted to go home. But because you're good kids, you just wait patiently while your mom talks and talks and talks. So it's very possible this fox jumped more than just twice, right? He jumped and jumped.
We need to resync the audio. So can you stop talking and talking? Wait a second.
I want the clapper.
Right? Where's the clock?
It's right here.
Oh, it's right there.
Have you guys ever? You change channel. You watch something else because it's so irritating.
Stop it.
So this makes a sound and a motion at the same time. Then what they can do is make sure that the moment that touches is the same moment the, and then they can write on there, scene 1, take 4, whatever. We didn't have to do that. We're good? Okay. So what was I saying? Oh, he jumped and jumped. Okay, so he not only is hungry, he was jumping. What happens when you get jumping?
You get
Tired, maybe a little winded, short of breath. Okay, so you've got to think. Fox, hungry, out of breath. That's the voice you use when you get to the end. Ready? Okay, we're going to read it out loud. Think about your fox voice coming up. Here we go. A hungry fox, read it with me together. A hungry fox saw a bunch of ripe grapes. They dangled high up on a vine. He jumped and jumped, but could not reach them. He said, I'll bet Those grapes are sour. Anyway, so have you ever heard the expression sour grapes? Like when you don't get what you want? Have you ever had that happen? You didn't get what you wanted? My father used to say this to me all the time. I guess I was bad about this. He'd be like, well, I don't want any ice cream anyway, because it probably tastes like. And he'd be, Andy, don't be sour grapes. Take what you get. If you can't get the grapes, go find something else. Anyway, okay, take a fresh piece of paper. There should be some right on your table. If you're at home, grab a fresh piece of paper. Adults, you can do this too. There's no age limit on making keyword outlines. And on the very top of the paper, the very top line there, if you can, we're going to put the title of the story. So you can just copy that right off your paper. The Fox and the Grapes. Yes, sir.
One's about out of ink.
Oh, well, we'll get you another one immediately. Here, snag one of these. And do you know what I strongly recommend you do with pens that don't write? Get rid of them. Okay, have you got your title? The Fox and the Grapes. You can just copy it straight off the paper there. Perfect. Okay, now we're going to make in our vernacular, the way we explain this, a thing called a key word outline. Do you know about this, Phineas? You do. You've done this before. I'm so sorry. Well, at least you've done it before. And you're still alive, so you survived it at least once. All right, now, along the edge of your paper, okay, next to the pink line, most of you have a pink line on the paper. That's called the margin, right? Put a 1. So kind of skip a line under the title, and then put a 1. Yeah. Okay, then skip a line under the 1 and put a 2. And then skip another line and put a 3. Can you guess what comes next?
4.
Skip a line and then 4. And I think that's all we need because we just need one line for each sentence. So let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4. So nice and short. All right. Now, next to these numbers, we're going to put just key words, words that would help us remember the basic idea of the sentence. So let's read the first one again. Together, a hungry fox saw a bunch of ripe grapes. Okay, stop right there. Now, a hungry fox saw a bunch of ripe grapes. What would you say are the key words in this sentence? What would you say are the words that would be most helpful in reconstructing this idea? Joseph?
Grapes, fox, and hungry.
Okay, let's look at those one by one. We got grapes, fox, and hungry. Okay, now in our title, we put fox. Are we likely to forget we're talking about a fox? No. So we can save ourselves the trouble, right? Hungry, that's probably an important one, right? Because if he wasn't hungry, no story, right? If he wasn't hungry, he'd just be like, okay, goodbye. Grapes hanging there. He's off to visit a friend. He's hungry. The grapes grab him. It's like you walking through the kitchen, right? If you're hungry and you see some grapes sitting in the kitchen, you might stop and want to eat some of those grapes, right? But if you're not hungry, just go wherever you're going. Get back to the Legos, right? All right. So let's go for hungry. So you can just underline that right there on the paper. So on your paper, the one I gave you, underline the word hungry. There you go. Okay, now fox, Joseph, we're not going to choose fox because we had that. What was the other word? You had fox grapes, fox hungry, and
Fox, grape, and
grapes. We also have grapes. So we won't forget we're talking about grapes. Is there any other word that might be important or useful in telling this one? Lauren? Saw. Okay, let's go with that. Saw. And that's 2. Now the rules of keyword outline is we get 3. So we can have one more.
jump.
Well, we're just limiting to the first sentence right here. So just that first sentence. A hungry fox saw a bunch of ripe grapes. Stop. We got 2. We could have one more. Is there one more that you think might be useful?
Bunch.
Bunch? Okay, bunch. This is funny because usually we say, oh, I have a bunch of stuff. Like I have a bunch of problems or I have a bunch of kids. But grapes actually do come in bunches, don't they? Or clumps, I guess. All right, so we've underlined those 3. Got them underlined? Now, we're going to transfer them into the keyword outline. And we use a comma. Do you know about commas? It's that little tiny curvy thing. You could sometimes see a period, but instead it's like a period with a little tail. All right, so we're going to have hungry. And then we put our little comma right there after the first keyword. And then we put our next keyword. What was the next one that we underlined? Saw, okay. All right, and then we put another comma to separate them. And now we have our third one, which was Joseph?
Grapes.
Well, we said grapes is in the title. We don't need that one. Bunch. Okay, great. So let's put bunch right there. So we got hungry, saw, and bunch. And we don't need a comma after bunch because we're done. So we only put the commas in between the words. Okay, so hopefully that'll remind us of the basic idea there. The fox was hungry and he saw a bunch of grapes. I haven't eaten grapes for a very long time. I don't know why. When I lived in Japan, Lauren, they had these grapes called kyoho, which essentially is the Japanese word for giant, right? The grapes were this big around. They were like plums. They were huge. They were so big that the skin was so thick, you had to peel the skin off the grape, or else it was just too chewy. Those were the best. Maybe that's why I don't eat grapes anymore. I was spoiled by the best, juiciest, giantest, most flavorful grapes in the world. Yeah. Okay, is everyone caught up? Ready? Okay, Footius, let's move forward to the next sentence. Read out loud. They dangled high up on a vine. Let's read it. They dangled high up on a vine. All right, key words. Which ones would you choose?
Dangled.
Dangled. All right, let's underline that one. That's one of our maximum of 3. You could have another keyword. What might you choose, Joseph?
High.
High. All right, very good. We've got high. And we can have a third one if we want to. We get a maximum of 3. Vine, you go with vine? You like vine? All right, so vine. Okay, so now we've chosen dangled, high, and vine. We transfer those into the keyword outline. And here's the very handy thing, guys. If you copy the spelling correctly into your keyword outline, then when you write, if you want to use that same word, you don't have to figure out how to spell it. I like that. So, time saver. All right, so what have we got here? Dangled. Dangled. And we'll use a comma. How would you define that word dangled? If someone said, Lauren, what does dangled mean? How would you describe it? Kind of hard. Could you show me with your hands what dangling would look like? And if it was really windy, if it was super windy, but if it wasn't windy, high, H-I-G-H. I bet you wondered, Jace, why in English do we spell this like higaha? Did you ever wonder that? Why isn't it just like hi? Like you would say hi. But no, it's higaha. Only you don't say higaha, right? All right. Last one, what was it?
Vine. Kids at home are saying vine.
Vine, okay. I think this is a very small fox, honestly. Because have you ever seen a grapevine? It's not that high. The grapevines are usually what? Like this high. So if the grapes were like this high, dangling, or maybe it was a weird vine. Maybe it was a wild vine growing up. What could it grow up on?
A tree.
A tree. It could grow up a tree. It could grow up a fence. A vine could grow up.
Anything that's straight up.
Anything that's straight or goes mostly up. You know. What other fruits or vegetables do you know that grow on vines? Lauren?
Blackberries.
Blackberries. Good.
Raspberries.
Raspberries. Very nice.
Cherries.
Cherries. Now, I think cherries mostly grow on trees, but there is a variety, cherry tomato.
Yeah.
It grows on a vine. But it's a tomato, not a cherry. Although we could try to fool some people. Wouldn't fool me. I can tell the difference. Do you like tomatoes? Kind of. Photius, do you like tomatoes?
Yes.
All right. Everyone got that? Okay, number 3. Go back to the paper. He jumped and jumped, but could not reach them.
Jump and jump.
Okay, jumped. Okay, so we know he jumped more than once, right? What are the possibilities here? How many times would he jump? Have you ever jumped to grab something?
Yeah.
What did you try to grab? Do you remember?
Something like on the top of the closet or something.
Something on the top of the closet? Yeah. Now, if you jumped once and you couldn't reach it, would you jump again? You would. But you would redouble your efforts, right? It's like if your first jump was like, your second jump would be like, yeah! If that didn't work, would you jump again?
No, I would probably climb it.
You would climb it. Brilliant. Fox can't climb. Fox is stuck.
Not unless the vine was strong enough. he could pull himself like this up.
Oh, there's so many possibilities here, isn't it? He could pull himself up if the vine was strong enough. If the vine wasn't strong enough, what could he do?
Pull down.
Pull it down. He didn't even think of this. I'm embarrassed for this fox, honestly. He's not bright, he's greedy, and he doesn't have problem-solving skills like you. All right, he jumped. I'm just going to put an X for times. You know the symbol, right, for multiplication? He jumped many times. You can decide. Do you want him to jump once or twice? 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times? It's kind of a scale between hunger and stupidity, right? I mean, if you're super hungry and not smart, you jump a whole lot of times. If you're not that hungry and not smart, you'd only jump once or twice. If you're not hungry and really smart, you probably wouldn't jump more than once or twice. So you got to decide. All right, and we get something else. What do we have? Say again?
Reach.
Reach, okay. Reach. Only he could not reach them. So what's the symbol for not? Like not smoking or no guns. What do you usually see?
Like a circle and a line
Yeah, like a circle
and a diagonal.
and the line through it. So we can do that with keyword outlines. Photius, have you ever tried this? I think it's a very handy tool. You just say whatever you're going to say, and then you just say no. So then you get, he jumped many times, but could not reach. All right. Yep, there you go. Okay, last thing, last sentence. He said, I'll bet those grapes are sour anyway. All right, now don't say anything. I want you to try this on your own. So you decide in that last sentence what you like for 3 keywords, underline them, and then tell me what you've got. All right, so look at it carefully. He said, I'll bet those grapes are sour anyway. Which keywords would you want?
Said.
Said? Okay, then underline it. Okay, now don't say anything else. Just choose on your own. You try to decide what you think, what you like.
But those grapes are sour anyway.
So sour in any way? Okay, excellent. All right. What did some of the people at home choose? They can type in what they chose.
There's a little bit of delay, so
Oh.
we're waiting for them to catch up. But
Okay.
JJ says that the fox jumped 5 to 10 times.
5 to 10, that's reasonable. I think you got a fox of equal levels of hunger and stupidity right there, 5 to 10. Jump once, I think you're just lazy or not hungry at all. Jump 10 times, I mean, really?
Sour bet anyway.
Oh, bet. Okay, so someone thought bet, sour in any way. That would probably work. Lauren, what'd you go with?
That's sour.
Oh, same as that person. Okay, very nice. Jake, I see you picked something a little different. What'd you go with?
Said those anyway.
Said those and anyway. Okay, as those referring to the grapes. Good. All right. Joseph, what'd you go with there?
I've done either sour and
Anyway. And you know what, Joseph? There is no rule that says you have to choose 3. You only choose 3 if you think it would be useful. In this sentence, especially because it's kind of short, if you only need 2, no problem. All right. Photius, did you make your choice?
Yes.
What'd you go with?
I just put vet, sour, and rice.
Okay. All right. So everyone's got it? You've made your decision. All right. Now, there's one little trick. I mentioned it earlier. You want to show that the fox is talking. What's the way to do that in writing? To show that someone is talking. Lauren?
A little quotation mark.
Yes. You use those quotation marks. So to do that, I would recommend you put, what are they like? They're like 2 reverse commas in the air. Anyway, so they go up high, and then you put the words, you put your comma, and then you put the quotation marks on the other side, and that reminds you the fox said that. Fortunately, in this story, there's only one character, right? You don't have to remember who said it because there's only one fox. If you are writing about the hare and the tortoise, then you might get a little confused. You might put a little H for whatever the hare said, a little T for whatever the tortoise said. All right, have you got it? All right, now the next step, Joseph, we test the outline. Not a test of you, we test the outline to see if it works. So we go back to the top and we say, all right, what did we put here? What words did we choose? Hungry, saw, and bunch. Could anyone make a sentence out of those words that kind of approximates the original? You want to try, Joseph?
He saw a bunch
You
Great.
of grapes. Okay, super. So Joseph, the first time that we say the character, it's really important we say who it is. Then we can use the he after that. So try it again, this time using the character's identification.
Fox saw the grape. Bunch of grapes.
Excellent. Now, there's one more word in here, and it might help if we fit that into the sentence. Can you try one more time?
The hungry fox saw
Bunch.
A bunch.
a bunch of grapes.
Perfect. Let's say it together. A hungry fox saw a bunch of grapes. Perfect. Now, was that exactly like the original? No. Do I care? No. Did we say it in a complete sentence? Do I care? Yes. We like complete sentences, right? So that's part of the game here, is we try to take a complete sentence, break it into key words, and then put those words back into a complete sentence. Kind of like, do any of you play with Legos or blocks or little things you take apart and put back together again? Used to when you're younger, maybe? Yeah. So that's kind of like that. You just take it apart, put it back together. Okay, next sentence. Dangled pie and vine. Who would like to try this one? No volunteers? Yes, Lauren? Okay.
The grapes dangled high on the vine.
The grapes dangled high on the vine. All right, perfect. Was hers exactly like the original? Do I care? Did she say a complete sentence? Do I love it? All right, so next sentence now. Jumped how many times? You can decide. Not reach. Jake, you want to try this one? Start with the fox or he.
The fox jumped times
Mm-hmm.
and reached for and didn't reach for the grapes.
The grapes. Perfect. That was so good. Can you say it again just a little bit louder so everyone can hear? That was so good.
The fox jumped 5 times and didn't reach the grapes.
Perfect. Good. The fox jumped 5 times and didn't reach the grapes. All right. Who wants to be the fox voice? All right, JC. Or Jace, not JC. Jace.
Fox said, I bet those grapes are sour anyway.
Perfect. Fox said, I bet those grapes are sour anyway. Kind of with a little bit of a irritated sound. Can you do that? Can you be irritated? Have you ever been irritated? Okay, let's try it with an irritated voice. I bet those grapes are sour anyway. All right, let's try it with a exhausted voice. Be exhausted. I bet those grapes are sour anyway. Let's try it with an angry voice. This is beyond irritated. You just jump 5 times. You can't get it. You're starving. You're hangry. All right, ready, go. I bet those grapes are sour anyway. All right, let's try it one more time with a totally clueless voice. Like, haha, I couldn't get the grapes, but who cares? Ready? I bet those grapes are
Sour anyway.
There you go. Okay, now that's the keyword outline. Short, 4 sentences, but we have limited time. So that's why we had to make it short. You could do this with something a little bit longer and then just practice telling it back. And you could stop right there. That would be, in our system, unit 1 of our system. But today, we're going to move forward and take this to the next step. Now, before we do the next step with this, we have a couple other things to do first. So take a fresh piece of paper. Don't use the back of the paper. Just get a fresh sheet. And in my class, don't ever write on the back of papers. Always use a fresh sheet. Some people like to conserve paper. I do not. But I have a reason. There's a reason, a good one. Okay. All right. Now, on your fresh piece of paper, please take your pen and draw a line from the very top to the very bottom in the very middle of your paper. So go to the middle, draw a line straight down. My line on this whiteboard is not going to be in the middle, but yours should be. So just draw it straight down like that. And on the left side, put these 2 words, style checklist. Style checklist. Now, as you're doing that, let's define the words. Who could explain what is a checklist? What is a checklist? Okay, Joseph?
To check something off. Make sure you've done it.
You check something off to make sure you've done it. Good, perfect. So it's kind of a list of things you have to do, right? Does anyone use a checklist in their life? You do? What kind do you have, Lauren?
Sometimes I like to try
Different
routines.
routines. Okay. So you have different routines to try and check off. Okay. What else? You have a checklist, Joseph?
Schoolwork.
Schoolwork checklist. Very important, don't you think, Photius? You have one too? Okay, excellent. If you're going to go on a trip, like a camping trip or something, you might want a camping checklist, right? Shopping. If you go shopping, you don't want to forget really important stuff like ice cream, right? So when your mom has her checklist, you sneak over and write ice cream onto her checklist. You think it would work, Jake? No. Okay, well, too bad. If only you could disguise your handwriting as your dad's, then maybe you could get by with it. Moms have checklists, don't they? Moms have huge, long checklists called stuff I got to make my kids do today. All right, but we're going to have a style checklist. So a checklist usually has a place for your check marks, right? So let's put a box on the checklist. And then the thing next to the box is the thing that we have to do, right? Okay, style. Now, style is a much harder word to define. Who could define the word style? This is a tough one. Lauren?
Like the type of way to do something.
Okay, the type of way to do something. A way to do something. That makes sense. Anyone want to add to that?
Where I dress.
Style is
Where I dress.
the way you dress. Okay, so clothes have different style. What else could have different style?
Like the things you can make out of clay or bricks or stuff.
Sure, yeah, clay or bricks. Actually, all art could kind of have style. Yeah, you have different styles of paintings, or what else could have style, Jake?
Like Legos.
Legos, yeah, absolutely. If you look in the parking lot, what do you see?
Style of cars.
Cars. Are they all exactly the same? No. Bigger, smaller, different colors, different shape, but they're all cars, right? So style is kind of the variances that you can have within one area, right? So clothes, houses could have style, cars could have style, music, art, Legos, I love that. Now, let's think about clothes. Clothes are very easy to think about because we all wear clothes every day, right? Or almost every day. I didn't have to dress this way, did I? I could have worn other clothes, could I not? I could have, for example, worn my purple and pink polka dotted swim trunks with green and orange striped tights under that, and a tie-dye t-shirt with a leather vest and long fringe hanging down, with an Abraham Lincoln style top hat and 2 peacock feathers, one coming out each side, a hiking boot on one foot and a flip-flop on the other. Now, if I were dressed that way right now, what one word might you use to describe my style? Funny, or
Very colorful.
colorful, or
Wacky.
wacky, or cool, okay, or weird. Yes. And what would your moms have thought if you showed up here for a writing class and I was dressed like that?
Special.
They might have thought, we'll just go to the library. No writing class today. You know, who knows? But if I were going to a costume party, would it be okay to dress like that?
Yeah.
Like at a costume party? Like the weirder the better? Okay, but I didn't. I'm dressed like this. I could have dressed also like some of you, jeans, t-shirt. If I were wearing jeans and a sweatshirt and tennis shoes, kind of like you, how would you describe that style?
Specific. Normal.
Normal, okay. I thought for a moment you said Pacific. I'm thinking California.
Pacific means normal.
Yes, okay. I was dressed, just jeans, t-shirt, tennis shoes.
Normal.
Normal.
Casual.
Casual, that's a good one. Plain.
Work style.
Lacking style. I don't know, casual is a good one. And that's the way I would be home if I was doing chores for my wife, but no, I'm here with you and I'm dressed like this. So What word would you use to describe my style? Fancy,
Neat style.
neat, formal,
Good.
good, okay. Actually, the word I like starts with a P. P-R,
Professional.
P-R-O. Say it again.
Professional.
Professional. I'm trying to look professional. Now, does putting on a tie and a fresh off-white shirt with a suit, does this make me a good teacher? I could be the worst teacher in the world and you wouldn't know it till I opened my mouth. Also, even if I was wearing old jeans and a ripped t-shirt and muddy shoes, could I still be a good teacher? Yeah, but would you look at me and say, oh, he must be a great teacher. I wouldn't pay a lot of money, put my kids in his class. No. So here's the point. Style is not who I am. It's how I present myself. Fair enough? Okay, now we can do the same thing in writing. Do any of you ever write notes to your friends? You do? It's more of a girl thing, I think. To Lauren, you do.
Letters and send them to me.
Yeah, so you write notes or letters. Is it okay to, would it be okay if you wrote a letter to a friend to do weird, funny things with the words? Or maybe write with all the words in a circular spiral shape, or use a secret code, or invisible ink. Would it be okay for a friend? Yeah, in fact, the weirder the better, right? The more they laugh, the more they love it. Let's see. Plain style. Do any of you have a mom who talks on the phone a lot?
Kind of.
Kind of. And when your mom is on the phone and you need to ask her a question like, can I go play now? But you can't interrupt her lest she get angry, and you never want moms to be angry. You could write her a note. Have you ever tried this? Well, you might try it someday. Could impress her. Mom, can I go play now? Although my children had to do it like this. Mom, can I go play now? Yes, no. Circle 1. See, she talked on the phone so much she would never quit talking to answer you. So you had to give her a nonverbal response mechanism. But do you worry about your style of writing? Your word choice? Your sentence patterns? It's kind of jeans and t-shirt, right? Mom, can I go play now? Well, they could try it like this. Dearest mother, would it be permissible for me to leave the premises of the home that I might enjoy an afternoon of delightful recreation with my dear friends who live in the neighboring vicinity? Affirmative, negative, indicate one at your leisure. If you wrote that note, she'd probably take you to the hospital. Something is wrong with this child. All right. So kind of like I have learned to dress professionally, I do certain things. What do? First thing, put on a tie, right? Second thing, be sure my shirt is fresh. Third thing, coat. If I want to look really good, match the pants, right? So I do certain things. So I'm going to show you here a few things you can do, maybe just one to start with. We have a good list of these things that you can do when you write stuff that will dress up your writing a little bit like I dressed up for you today. So right next to this box, let's put the first style technique. And it is ly adverb. Ly adverb. So put that next to the first box. Now you might be wondering, okay, what are you talking about, ly adverb? Well, the first thing is the word ends in ly. So something ly, right? The second thing is an adverb is a word which you can usually add to a verb. A verb is something you do, right? So if you say, I eat, do you eat? That's a verb. Now, if you want to add verb to go with it, you might say, I eat somethingly. How do you eat? How would you describe your eating? I eat
Mannerly.
mannerly. I like that. Yes, that makes a mom proud right there. I eat
Slowly.
slowly, or you might say, Furious, I eat proudly, or you could say, Jace, I eat
Healthy.
healthy. If you want to make that into an ly, you've got to stick the ly on the healthy, because there's an H and an L, but there's an Y, but they're not all together. So you have to smush it together and have healthily. But I do try that too, to eat healthily. Like I said, avoid McDonald's. Although there could be some McDonald's employees or franchise owners or corporate execs watching, so better be careful what I say about McDonald's. Or you could say, I eat professionally. Now that would be a good job. Do you know what professionally means, Jake?
Kind of like good.
It technically means you get paid to do it. So if Lauren here wants to eat professionally, she's looking for someone who will pay her to eat. Wouldn't that be a great job? There are people who have that job. And unfortunately, they usually have to write reviews about the restaurants for newspapers and magazines and things. Anyway, okay, so that's the ly adverb. Or let's think of another one.
Carla at home says quickly,
Quickly. I eat quickly.
very quickly.
Very quickly. Okay. Or I eat neatly, mannerly. I eat sloppily. I eat
Unhealthy.
unhealthily. Got to get that ly in the end. Yeah. In which case you could eat like, I eat a lot. Oh, that's not an ly adverb. I eat excessively. All right. Now, what we want to do in this column is think about some ly adverbs that are going to work in the story of the fox and the grapes. So we think, okay, he was hungry. Now, adverb can sometimes go with an adjective. What ly word could go with hungry? And somethingly hungry fox. What word might fit in there? Any idea? What do you call it when you're really, 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 really hungry? You would say?
Extremely.
Extremely. Okay, let's put that one down. Now, on the right side of your paper, up at the top, and don't forget to still skip lines, we're going to put some of these ly adverbs an extremely hungry fox. This would justify multiple jumpings. Remember the hunger intelligence scale? All right, what else could you say? Jake, the somethingly hungry fox. Have you ever been so hungry you thought you might actually die of starvation? Were you desperate to get food? That happened with my son pretty much every day. So, can you make desperate into an ly adverb?
Desperately.
Yes, desperately. Let's put that one on. A desperately hungry fox.
We have painfully.
Painfully. Oh, that's a good one from home. All right. A painfully hungry fox. All right. That's a few for that first one. Let's move on to the next one. They somethingly dangled from the vine. How could they dangle? Let's see. They're up there. The fox sees them.
Horribly dangerous.
Well, he could be horribly hungry. Let's go with horribly, but we'll think, okay, that fits the hungry better. But the grapes are dangling, and the fox is looking at them.
Tantalizingly dangling.
Joseph, that is so amazing of a word. I am, in fact, envious that I did not think of that word myself. That's brilliant. Tantalizing. Is that what you said? And then you stick the ly, tantalizingly. There's only two problems with that word. It's too long. No, it's not too long. It's just too long to be comfortable with. I mean, if someone says, write tantalizingly, you'd be like, why? But we can do it. Tantalizingly. Tantalizingly. Let's say it. Tantalizingly. And it's actually from a Greek myth where the main character named Tantalus is tempted. Do you remember?
He was punished because he tried to feed something back to the Greek deities. So he was forced to. After he died, there was tons of fruit and good food up in the trees, and he tried to reach but couldn't. Then when he tried to drink water from a clean pool, and his feet are stuck to the ground, so and he tries to goes down, and the water just keeps going. Everything goes, all the food and drink goes away from him. So he's hungry, and it's tantalizing because it's just so close.
And this is like his eternal punishment.
Mhm.
Moral of story, don't try to poison the gods. But that's where we get that word. Isn't that interesting? Tantalus. And so he was essentially the fox. The grapes were always there, but he could never get them.
And worse, he had to stay in that spot for all eternity.
All right, now we know the history of that word. All right, any way the grapes could be hanging.
Dangerously.
Oh, dangerously. I like that one.
Temptingly is another one. That was
Good. Yeah, temptingly is for people who don't want to have to write tantalizingly. Temptingly. Okay. All right. What happened next in the story? Do you remember? He saw the grapes. They were high on the vine. So he jumped. All right. How did he jump? He jumped. How did he do it?
Furiously.
Furiously. All right. Excellent. Let's put that one down. Furiosly. Okay. How else might he have jumped?
Hungrily?
Hungrily. That'll work, Jake. All right. Hungrily. Hungrily. Any other ways he could have jumped?
eagerly.
Eagerly. Oh, from home. Very nice. Now,
Stressfully.
okay. Stressfully?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on your paper, you still have space. You keep going down. Okay? I'm going to go over here, put some more words. You keep going down. All right. So we had eagerly. He jumped eagerly. He jumped stressfully. All right. Any other jumping? He jumped
Enthusiastically. They're coming up with these really long words. I'm sorry.
well, no, enthusiastically we can do that. Enthusiastically.
You have to write this all down. Sorry.
All right. Yeah. They come up with a long word. You have to write the whole thing.
That's right.
Unless you're smart enough to bring a secretary with you. You know the difference between a mom and a secretary? No, there is a very significant one. Moms are free. Secretaries get paid. So anytime she does all that work for you, you got to pay back with a nice back massage on her shoulder, a couple extra chores, sing a beautiful song, perform some tricks on the trampoline. All right, now let's move to the last thing that happens. He says, what does he say? Do you remember?
I bet those grapes are sour anyway.
Okay, so he said, how could he have said that? He somethingly said, bet those grapes are sour anyway. How would he have said it? Photius, yeah, did you say?
I say angrily said.
Angrily. All right, let's put that down. Angrily. What else? Anything from home?
Bitterly.
Ooh. Oh, I really like that. Do you know why? Sour, bitter. That's brilliant, isn't it? Bitterly.
Disgustingly.
Disgust. I'm going to change that to disgustedly
Oh,
because it fits in this situation a little better. But okay, disgustedly. Okay, writing these down. Keep going. Keep going. Don't be lazy. Got them? All right. To help me think of another couple. He somethingly said. Now remember, he jumped 5 times.
Breathlessly?
Ooh, nice one, Jake. Breathlessly. Good. All right, breathlessly.
Tiredly?
Tiredly.
Tiredly, yep.
Yep.
I
Got that one from home too?
Yep.
All right. That's probably enough. Do you think if we kept going, we could think of more ly adverbs? Yes. There's probably dozens of thousands. At least there's thousands. There might be dozens of thousands. I haven't counted, but there's a lot. But let me tell you a funny story. I said this kind of ridiculous word, somethingly. Did you hear me say that? Like, he somethingly said these grapes are sour anyway. Okay, well, somethingly. Have you ever heard this word before? No, because it's not in the dictionary. Anyway, I was saying somethingly to kind of get people to think of ly words. And so this one little girl, she wrote in her story the word somethingly. And I said, I don't think this word exists. And she looked at me really strangely. She goes, you say it a lot. Okay, so somethingly isn't a real word, at least not yet. Okay, so there we have. Now, if this were a second or third lesson, we might have done that already, and we might add in some more things. But for today, we're just going to keep it short, keep it simple, and leave the checklist with one thing to do. Do you know why I like checklists with one thing to do, Joseph?
Because you can just do that one thing and then be done with it.
Yes! That's the perfect day when you have a checklist with one thing. You check it off. You get that good feeling you get when you check things off. Do you get a good feeling when you check things off? That's really why we have checklists. Not so we don't forget stuff, but so we can get good feeling. Or maybe both. Anyway, so one thing and we're done. Now, take out a fresh sheet of paper. Don't use the back. Fresh sheet. All right, now let us pretend that this is your paper. Now, the very first thing I would like you to do in my class, we do things different teachers do different things different ways. I'm very specific about stuff. So the very first thing, take your pen, put it on the top line of your paper, and trace that top line. And don't write anything else on that line yet. This is creating a blank space for your title. But don't write the title until you've finished writing the whole story. Okay? Because in about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, I will teach you the secret method of getting a better title. So for now, just leave it blank. All right, under that, put the word bye. Under that, put your name. Don't write the word name. Put your own name. I wish I had $10 for every time I saw someone put by name on their own paper. All right. Now, under that, you're going to skip the first line. Now, don't write this. Don't write this. Just put down your pen or pencil. Watch. Okay. So, under your name, you're going to skip a line. Then you're going to start writing your version of the fox and the grapes, right? So you start out. A terribly hungry, and you get to the end of the line. And when you get to the end of the line, skip. Don't write on the next line, skip it. And then just continue your sentence. Saw a bunch of delicious grapes. Period. Okay, so you skip every other line. And when you get to the end of the sentence, you put a period. And then you keep going right there. They hung from, end of the line, what do? Skip. Then you keep writing. Period, capital. End of the line, you
Skip.
Good. Then you keep writing. Then you
Skip.
Then you
Skip.
No, keep writing. That was cool. And then you hope you're finished. Okay, it's very, very important to skip lines in my class because of the strange rule of my class. Now, none of you here are going to be tempted to this, but some people at home might be using a pencil. My recommendation, you at home using a pencil, swap it. Get rid of the pencil, get a pen right now. How many of you prefer writing in pen? How many of you prefer writing in pencil? Too bad. Here's why I like pen and I don't like pencil. Pencil, you erase it, right? And then it makes smudges. And the pencil is not dark enough. So you push harder. And then you break the tip of the pencil. And then every 3 minutes, you want to sharpen the pencil. And then when you erase it, it takes a lot of time. Like, think about it, you're writing. Okay, I don't like that. I have to change it. You got to flip your pencil. You got to rub out what you don't want. You've got to brush all the eraser droppings off the paper. You got to flip your pencil back over and then start writing. Why? Make your life easy. If you write something you don't like, cross it out. Just line it out. I'll show you. So let's say you wrote something, you don't like it, right? Okay, just get rid of it. Zoop. And then just keep going. Okay, better. Or let's say you wrote something up here and you want to change it. Have you ever wanted to do that? Change something? Okay. You just line out the word you do not want, and in the space Above. Never below. Always above. You put the word or words you want in order to make it correct or improved. But if you didn't leave space above, you're in deep yogurt. That's what my father always used to say. Andy, you do that again, you'll be in deep yogurt. And I did not like yogurt as a child, so the thought of being drowned in yogurt. All right, so if you want to make a change, line it out, put that in. How about if you want to move a word? Have you ever wanted to do that? Move a word inside a sentence? Or move a whole sentence? All you have to do, you don't have to line it out and rewrite it. You just draw a circle around what you want to move, and then you draw a little arrow to where you want it to go. Easy, huh? Also, let's say you want to add in a word. Let's say you get to the end of your whole story, you look at your checklist, you say, I don't have an ly adverb. You got to add one in. Okay, here's the trick. You use, Jake, the little upside down V caret wedgie thingy. That's what that's actually called. Say it. Upside down V caret wedgie thingy. Try again. Upside down V caret wedgie thingy. That's the actual official name for that, according to me. And in the space, just remember the afterlife. Where do you want to be? So in the space above, you add in the word or words you want to make it correct or improved. But if you didn't leave space, you're deep yogurt. It's so true. Now, here's a nice trick. Let's say, Lauren, that you line something out and you say, I don't want that crossed out. I really want that word. I shouldn't have crossed it out. What can you do?
Write it above.
You could, Joseph. But if you want the easy way of life, as I do, you don't have to rewrite it. You just circle it and put, okay. Especially if it was the word tantalizingly. You just put okay, and now you're okay. Then if you change your mind and say, no, I really don't like that word, you get rid of it. And if you change your mind and say, no, I really do like that word, you put it back. And then if you change your mind again and say, no, it doesn't quite work, you can just get rid of it. And then if you change your mind again and say, no, I really do think I like it, you can just put it back. This is what we do in our home state, Oklahoma. No, people do it all over the world. If you're at home and not in Oklahoma, you can do this too. So here's the good news, everyone. If your paper looks a little messy, because I'm not allowing you to use a pencil or erase, right? I will be very happy because it means you're thinking super hard about the best words in the best sentences, and you're not wasting any time trying to be too neat, right? And that way, it's a whole lot less stressful. Okay, so now you've got 3 pieces of paper that you should be able to see all at the same time. Joseph is set up here perfectly. He's got the blank paper, which he's going to write on. He's got his style checklist, which has only one thing right now. Come back later, you might get more. And the list of ly adverbs that will help when he has to put one of those somewhere in the story, and the keyword outline so he knows what comes next, okay? So you want to be able to see all 3 of your pieces of paper at the same time. Now this one, you do not need. In fact, this one, the one that was typed up and you underlined and I gave you, you should just turn that one upside down and only peek at it if you have to. If there's If you just completely can't remember and you need to peek back and read this thing again, you can do that. But for the most part, just turn it upside down, ignore it, and work with these 3 sheets right there. Does that make sense? All right. Now, here's the task. And not necessarily will everyone finish in the time we have, but everyone can get started. The task is to write your version of the fox and the grapes. Okay? So you look at your keyword outline, hungry saw a bunch. You say, why did I write hungry saw a bunch? You remember the sentence. A hungry bunch of grapes saw a whale. No. What was it? Fox. Okay, a hungry fox saw a bunch of grapes. So you think of your sentence, and then if you see a good opportunity, you maybe put one of those ly adverbs into your sentence. So you've got the list handy right there. So you see which one fits into that sentence. And then you write that sentence on your paper, skipping lines, no erasing, cross out, add in, be free. Okay? All right. Now, one more thing, and then I'm going to set you to work. And that is I have a little communication code in my classes. Photius, I don't think you know my communication code system, do you? All right. So I'm going to teach it to you very quickly. Raise one finger. All right. This is the code, Jake, for spelling question. So if you have a need to know how a word is spelled so you can write it, just raise one finger and you can ask me. And I'll tell you. I'll be your human dictionary. Unless, of course, you have your secretary sitting next to you, in which case you could ask your secretary, remembering, of course, the big difference between a mom and a secretary. All right, that's one. So spelling question. 2 fingers. Put up 2 fingers. This is the code for any other question. For example, how many grandchildren do you have?
0.
Yeah. Now you're asking me the questions.
How many grandchildren do you have?
14 with 15 on the way. Number 15 on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so exciting. Or maybe you have a question. When is this class over? Right? Or maybe you have a really good question like, Mr. Pudewa, could you help me put an ly adverb into this sentence? I love questions like that. Okay, 3 fingers. Raise 3 fingers. All right, this is the code for water. W, water, means water in or water out. Do you get my drift? This means that you want to leave the room for some liquid-related reason. Now you get my drift. All right, but we're not going to be here for that long, so I don't think. And then the last code is 5. Put up 5 fingers. This is the code for I think I'm finished. All right, let's review. 1,
Question.
it's a particular kind of question. Dictionary, spelling question. Yes, good. Okay, so spelling question. 2 fingers.
Anything?
Any question. 3 fingers.
Liquid-related activity.
Liquid-related activity. Good. And there is no 4, just 5. And 5 is, Jake? Remember? It's where you
think I'm
want.
done.
Yes, it's what you want to be. 5 is where you want to be. I think I'm finished. All right. You got the code system? Okay. So on your fresh piece of paper, go ahead and start writing the sentences from the keyword outline, adding in all the little words you need to tell your version of the fox and the grapes. And then don't forget, in one of those sentences, at least, you could do more, but somewhere in there, you got to have at least one ly adverb. All right? So you at home, go ahead and start writing the story of the fox and the grapes as best you can. If you have a secretary helping you, then you can dictate what should be written. And if you have one of those code-based questions, You'll have to check with your home person. Yes.
How I spell greedy?
Greedy. Ooh, nice word. Greedy. Love it. Question?
So basically, do we just like change up the logo
If you want to, you can.
or just rewrite them?
If you want to, you could change the character from a fox into a different character. You could also change the grapes into a different kind of food. But I don't want to say that to everybody, but if you want to try it, it would be really interesting. Okay. Yeah. The somethingly hungry fox saw.
What's the something?
Yeah. You can check. The desperately hungry fox, the painfully hungry fox. Ooh, I think you should go with your word right here. The hungry fox saw a bunch of grapes tantalizingly. So that'll go actually in the next sentence. So go ahead and write that one any way you want. And then here you could say, they tantalizingly dangled high up on the vine. You can get your own word in your own sentence there.
Joseph had a question about whether he's able to rewrite the story or if he's supposed to write the same story.
Well, you know, as a first lesson for everybody, I always say just stick with the characters you've got, right? If you've done this before and you kind of get an idea of how it works, you could change the fox into some different character. You could change the grapes into some different thing that the character wanted. But I wouldn't recommend that first time out. So your choice. Oh, good. And be sure that you skip the next line and write on that, because sometimes if we're not in the habit, having a little mark will help. Remember. Good. All right. The extremely hungry fox saw a bunch. Hey, you got the LY word done. Check it off. Doesn't mean you can't do another one if you want to, but you don't have to.
So the kids at home are done
They're done?
Yep.
How'd they finish so fast?
because they were working on it while you were talking.
Well, that's the problem when you get smart kids.
I told them to email their papers in, so maybe you could do something.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, nice cursive writing, Pudewa. You don't see a lot of young men your age who do cursive writing anymore. That's quite a wonderful skill. Yeah. You don't see many men at all doing it, let alone young ones.
What did you say?
All right. The greedy fox saw a bunch of tasty grapes. He jumped 9 times and said, hoo hoo, ha ha. I bet those grapes are sour anyway. Very nice. Okay. The only thing I don't see, there are a couple words that you could spell, you could fix yourself because they're spelled correctly here. So sour, just wait a second. Tasty, you're really close on that one. And jumped is past tense, so ed, jumped. I bet those grapes are sour anyway. Okay, so fix sour. Now, when you look at your checklist here, okay, Jace, you need somewhere in there an ly adverb. Perfect, good. So now, somewhere in there, you need to put an ly adverb, probably one of these. So read it kind of out loud to yourself. We'll get Saw.
Times.
Read it out loud to yourself and see if you can figure out a place where one of these words would fit. And then check with me, and I'll see if it's going to work smoothly. And then if it does, you can add it in.
Okay. And then the next.
If you aren't in the habit of writing on
Sour.
skipping lines, then just drop down, and then you can put a little mark to skip, help you remember to skip every other line. Good.
For the last one. Maybe angry.
Well, not to say don't say it. He said seriously awful.
Okay, I thought it was 2:30. Should hold up a big sign.
What was the word? Those.
I just lose myself.
I know you do.
All right, now some of you are finished, and some of you are still finishing up. Do this for me. Put down your pen or pencil. Shake out your tired writing hand. Take a deep breath and say, "This is sheer torture." Just like that. Ready, go. This is sheer torture. Yeah. See, one thing I learned about life is things you complain about when you're young, they grow up. They haunt you your whole life. I used to complain about practicing my violin. What happened? I became a violin teacher. I used to complain about math. What happened? I became a math teacher. I used to complain about writing. What happened?
You're a writing teacher.
Yes, I used to complain about cleaning my room. What happened?
You got married.
Got married. All right, now let's, we can take just a couple minutes. We're supposed to end quickly. We'll take a couple minutes and read. If anyone has a finished one that we could read, just to see which, how you did it. Could we read yours, Joseph?
You're gonna read it?
Yeah. And here's the thing, I ran out of time, but I'll just show you real fast. When you finish writing, you look at your last sentence. You choose one or maybe two or maybe even three, 1 to 3 keywords from your last sentence, and you make your title out of those. So, Joseph, here are a couple options for you. Your last sentence was, "Angrily, he said, those must be awful anyway." So now, what are some possible titles?
The hungry thought.
The Hangry Hungry Fox. That's great. Let's go with that one. And it sounds better than just saying the fox and the grapes, right? Yep, because everybody knows the fox and the grapes. So the Hangry Hungry Fox. The problem is anybody over about 70 years old doesn't know the word hangry. So anyway. Okay, The Hangry Hungry Fox by Joseph. The painfully hungry fox saw a bunch of grapes. The grapes tantalizingly dangled a few feet above him on a vine. He eagerly jumped 100 times, but could not reach them. Angrily, he said, "Those must be awful anyway." Excellent. Very nice, Joseph. Super. Good job on that one. Now, there's one more tiny little thing that I always have the students do, and that is to indicate by underline the style technique. So you did, not greedy, but let's say you wrote greedily. Okay, there's an ly adverb, right? He greedily eyed the grapes. Okay, so when you write the ly word in there, you find one ly word and you underline it like so. Nice bold underline. And then you check off the box. Now, in your case, Joseph, and many of you, you might have more than one ly adverb in there. Don't underline them all. Just one. So choose your favorite. All right. Okay, let's read yours. Sour Grapes by Jake. The extremely hungry fox, extremely underlined, saw a bunch of grapes. The grapes dangled high on a vine. Fox jumped 5 times and did not reach the grapes. He angrily said, "Those grapes are probably sour anyway." Excellent. Very nice, Jake. So your fox is not quite as stupid as Joseph's fox. Because honestly, I mean, after 5 times, you'd be like, I'm not going to get there. Probably. I mean, I'd give up really soon. But I guess we shouldn't say not smart. Persistent fox. Your fox is determined, persistent, and completely unreasonable. Anyway. All right, we got one more? Anybody else? Do we have one at home to read, Jill? No? Okay. Well, we are kind of out of time. So here's my suggestion, and that is if you are finished, then ideally you would go and rewrite on paper, or most of you would probably prefer type your story. Do you know how to type? A little bit, learning? Yeah?
I can use a voice thing.
Okay, so that would be fine. Anyway, it'd be nice to get this, typed in or voiced in, or worst case scenario, secretaried in, so that you can print it out on a beautiful paper with no ugly marks, and then you can show your friends or your grandma or your dad or whoever you want to show. All right. So I thank you for being here and participating. I thanks to all of those of you at home. If you didn't finish, don't feel bad. I ran out of time, not you. But you do have to finish before you eat dinner. That's the rule. Unless you're going to be too hangry. I'm joking. But I do hope you'll finish at home. All right, so gather all your stuff together and go have a nice day. What's left of it? You are very welcome. Thanks for being here, Joseph. Good job. Jake, not supposed to shake hands in COVID. Chase. You know what I learned, Lauren, is that a man should always wait for the woman to offer her hand. So with Jace, I can put out my hand, right? Mano a mano. But with you, I kind of need to say, wait, would you like to shake hands? That's the more gentlemanly. At least that's how I learned it. All right.
Is this where I get to say in front of everyone, I told you so?
You can tell me anything you want in front of anyone you want to tell it, as long as it's not too embarrassing.
Okay.
We apologize. I'm on. Yeah, we apologize. I sometimes get carried away
You do. You
teaching
do.
kids, and this was such a delightful little group.
It was a really good group. And one of our students from home
Uh-huh.
sent in a story that I want you to read.
Oh, okay, super.
So, and as you're getting ready to read this story, please share why you read the stories and you don't have the kids themselves read their own stories.
Yeah, I always do that, and one reason is because I can read it loudly. Most of the children this age have a softer voice, or they're a little bit shy, or they're just not aware. And I want everyone to hear clearly whose story I read.
Mhm.
The second thing is that I can phrase it. I can actually read it in a little bit more literary or artistic way than they would, especially, if they're having difficulty reading anything,
Mhm.
reading their own writing and making it sound good. So I can make it sound better.
Mhm.
And then the third reason is I want them to hear what they wrote in a more objective way.
Mhm.
And then they can hear, oh, that's pretty good. I like how that worked.
Mhm.
And then I can, if there's something to point out, wow, really interesting, good LY word here, or great title you came up with. Or as we go through the style techniques, there's more and more things to comment on. So,
Get this back open again.
oh yeah.
There we go.
All right, so here we have Sour Grapes by Matthew. And Matthew wrote, an extremely hungry fox once saw a beautifully luscious bunch of perfectly ripened grapes.
Wow.
Unfortunately, they mockingly dangled practically at the top of the vine.
Mm.
Oh, he's even personifying the grapes here. He madly jumped nearly 10 times, but annoyingly, never quite high enough. Ooh, I like how he put never made it, but he crossed out the made it, put never quite high enough. Frustrated, he gave up, saying, I'll bet they're sour anyway. Great. And now just to clarify, this student, Matthew, he put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ly adverbs that I can count.
Yes.
That's not necessary.
No.
But there's also nothing wrong with it.
Right.
And so if he had done an extremely hungry fox, underline, cross off, I'm done. But what's interesting is kids kind of get the idea, ooh, what could I say? And so then you see these skillful words slipping in, beautifully luscious. Unfortunately, mockingly dangled. I'm envious. I didn't think of that one myself.
Right.
So good. So, he's maybe overdoing it a tad bit on the ly adverb, but there's no problem with that. And he'll do extremely well with the stylistic checklist because he already has, this is easy, right? So if you're looking at easy +1, first assignment, maybe it isn't his first, but in any case, ly is easy for this guy. He does it with no help, and it not only doesn't sound goofy, it makes good sense. So he's ready to get the next thing on the checklist. Whereas there may be other students who, finished the whole thing, didn't remember to put in the ly, need a lot of help or coaching, in which case they should do, a few more just with that one thing on the checklist.
Yep.
But yeah, that's very nice. Matthew, thank you then for sending it in by way of your mom email. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
great.
bet we get a dozen more,
I hope so.
maybe 1,000.
Maybe. Maybe. So for you observers, listeners, watchers, every 10 episodes with our podcast, we do an Ask Andrew Anything, where I ask Andrew the questions. Oftentimes, most of the time, he doesn't get to see the question in advance. I just ask him. He answers pulls out those many years of experience and answers the questions. And actually, these questions were submitted as a part of the registration, but I got a few more from Laura, who asked me to ask you, what is the purpose of having these conversations with the students in between writing the keyword outline on the board?
That's a very, very good question. And it's operating at a level of observation,
Mhm.
which is above the average. But I do that very intentionally. Number one, to strengthen the personal relationship,
Mhm.
which I have a very short period of time to create. But I want them to leave
Mhm.
feeling like they owned me,
Mhm.
like I was their
Mhm.
teacher.
Mhm.
I want them to feel attended to, even loved.
Mhm.
And that's hard to do unless you have a little bit of time
Right.
to get close, look each one in the eye. And so I take the time. But it's more strategic than that, because what I'm dealing with in this room, and you are wherever you are, is a big difference in speed. Not necessarily even of thinking, but just putting the words on paper.
Mhm.
And so by the time, one person gets one whole sentence, another person has got the whole thing done.
Right.
Also with the keyword outline process,
Mhm.
one person can copy 3 keywords in seconds,
Mhm.
and another person may take a minute.
Right. Right.
So what I'm doing is stalling, basically. If I'm trying to keep the group together, I don't want anyone bored, tuning out, nor do I want them overwhelmed and lost and feeling like it's going too fast.
Right.
So engaging in little side conversations, adding a little bit of, history or geography,
Mhm.
if I can. I was particularly pleased about this little boy who knew the whole story of Tantalus,
Right.
because I knew the name, but I couldn't remember the details.
Oh.
And he had it down.
Yeah, you did.
So, that's the kind of thing when a student has that personal knowledge because they've heard or read the story.
Right.
I like to bring that in. Now everybody is more familiar.
Yep. Yeah.
And there's a good chance a different one of these kids will try to use the word tantalizingly in the not distant future.
It's a long word for these guys.
Hope I spelled it right.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Some general questions. We'll start with so Stephanie asks, this is based on the keyword outline, do you have any suggestions for when a student looks at the keyword outline but doesn't know how to fill in the other words to make a sentence?
Sure. Essentially, you have to dictate
Mhm.
the words.
Mhm.
That did happen.
Mhm.
One student was just reading, I can't remember which student or which line, but they were just reading the keywords on the line.
Right.
So, if you pick up the way I did that, I'd say, okay, now we need to know the first time who did that.
Mhm.
Okay, so then I would point to the fox.
Mhm.
Okay, hungry. Okay, so, okay, say the, all right, hungry. Okay,
Fox.
okay, saw.
Oh, saw.
Saw.
I'm trying to remember the keyword outline. Grapes.
Saw. What kind of grapes are they?
Hi. I don't know.
Juicy or delicious or something?
Okay, right.
Juicy.
Juicy.
All right. Okay, now say that whole thing together.
The hungry fox saw some juicy grapes.
Okay, and I would stay at that moment and do that
Mhm.
as many times as needed until the student basically could just say the whole sentence
Mhm.
fluently, easily.
Mhm. Mhm.
But what I've noticed is, even with special needs kids, second language kids, this process goes pretty fast. The first time they may not get it, but by the 5th time,
Mhm.
they're really starting to put the words in the way they go.
Right.
The ESL is harder just
Mhm.
because they don't necessarily get that little mental red flag
Mhm.
when there's a missing word
Mhm.
that we would as
Mhm.
native speakers. So,
Right, right, good.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Melissa has a really good question. Are there any techniques to distinguish between laziness in a child and learning disabilities? I'm finding one can easily be mistaken for another.
Wow. Well, there's a lot of ways to go with this question.
Mm-hmm.
One way would be to assert that children by nature are not lazy.
Mm.
Children left in their own environment
Mm-hmm.
are very industrious.
Mm-hmm.
What we perceive as laziness is when they are either unwilling or unable to do what we want them to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would not discount the fact that I have probably accused every one of my children on multiple occasions of being lazy. But even in our own lives,
Mm-hmm.
there are things we do not want to do. We procrastinate. Sometimes they just die and we never do them. And it's probably, we would self-assess and say, well, I was lazy.
Mm.
But we could also say, what are the underlying reasons as to why I didn't want to do that?
Mm-hmm.
So if we carry that over to a student, what are the underlying reasons that they don't want to do? And we'll assume this is writing stuff.
Yes.
Whereas other kids like, yeah, I write in my spare time. I write
Mhm.
letters to my friends.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a lost art. But
Yes.
okay, so now we move into the world of motivation.
Mm-hmm.
So we look at the three laws of motivation. People, children, students, we like to do what we can do.
Mm-hmm.
We want to do what we think we can do, and we hate and will refuse and procrastinate on those things which we believe we cannot do or cannot do well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's probably also a range of perfectionism in here.
Mm-hmm.
There are some kids who, if I cannot do it perfect, I will not do it at all.
Yep.
And on the other end, I'm just going to do it, and I don't even care what it looks like if I can just be done and get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of those are healthy.
No.
And so we're working toward the balance, the
Right.
virtues and the balance. But I would try to look and say, okay, if a child hates doing something or strongly dislikes it enough to pull off, I'm too tired, I can't do it, I'm lazy, I don't want to, I refuse, however that translates.
Right.
Then we'd have to say, okay, what is it about this that is making it
Right.
so overwhelming?
Right.
And that's kind of where, I see the amazing results of classes like this,
Mm-hmm.
where even the most reluctant writer comes in and an hour and a half, 2 hours later, walks out having written 5 sentences.
Yeah.
His mom is saying, or his teacher, I've even had a teacher say, this child has never written that much on one paper ever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what was the difference?
Right.
And I would argue it's the separation of complexity
Right.
and the pacing
Mm-hmm.
and the zero expectation. I don't know these children. It's kind of a benefit. I have no expectation as to what they should or should not do. Therefore, I can be excited about anything anybody does.
Right.
And if
Exactly.
you can recapture that freshness
Mhm.
with your own children at home, it's a slow shift. It's a
Mhm.
gradual shift. And like anything, we develop habits. So if we, play the lazy card and get out of doing something and it's still hard and we do it again, and pretty soon, we're beyond the point where it's easy to undo that momentum
Mm-hmm.
of unmotivatedness.
Mm-hmm.
But I would argue it can be done.
Mm-hmm.
It's just harder.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is a good book. I do not agree with everything in this book, but I think it's a very important book called The Myth of Laziness.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Levine is the author. And, he actually kind of expounds greatly on this phenomenon
Mm-hmm.
of kids who won't or can't do something, and teachers or parents or adults saying, that's because you're lazy.
Right.
And this is a complete misreading
Mm-hmm.
of the situation.
Yep.
So while I wouldn't discount laziness exists, mainly because I see it in myself, I do believe that if you trust children to do their best,
Mm-hmm.
and get excited about whatever they do, everything goes better.
Good.
Good question, Melissa.
Okay, so Aaron has, a child who's dyslexic, has dysgraphia, and is very much against using any modifications like me transcribing or dragon speak or typing to help him with his writing. He wants to do it by hand and practice until he gets it right and be normal like the other kids.
So it's the child who's resistant to using the technology,
Correct.
not the mom.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the
'Cause
mom,
sometimes it's the reverse.
right, and the mom as a resource, because we talk about you can't help a child too much. Well, this child doesn't want help, but yet they're perfectionists.
So I would think about this strategy, and I don't know the age of this child. Do you know the age?
5th grade.
5th grade. Yeah,
10
so
years old.
still young enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would be harder with someone who is a few years older.
Mhm.
But think about, again, the separation of complexity, not just in the writing process, but in the developmental process. I mentioned in the first talk this morning the value of copywork.
Yes.
And part of the great benefit of copywork is you start with something that is already correct, right? It's published. It's in a book. It's a poem. It's a story. It's scripture. It's whatever you want. But because it's published, you can be 99% sure that the capitalization and the punctuation and the spelling and the usage, syntax is correct. So now, when a child goes to copy that, they don't have to figure out how to make it good. It's already good. All they have to do is zero in on, well, 2 things: attentiveness to detail, which is very valuable, and stamina, which is also very valuable. So with this mom, if I could suggest, give the child opportunity to do, a bit of copy work, 10, 15, 20 minutes max every day, and make it something, interesting or valuable, and make the emphasis on accuracy, handwriting, legibility, and I would say use a pencil, because that way, if you do make a mistake, you can erase it, you can fix it, and you can have a nice finished cleaned up version. And make that one activity. Then when you get into the composition side, try and help the child become comfortable with crossing out and changing something. Let the child be comfortable with dictating every other sentence. It's perfectly fine and normal. And this child is still on the young side, obviously a little aware of what other people do, and we all want to be able to do what other people do. And it's not quite at the age where you could explain everything. But I do think through the separation of, here's what we do to practice being perfect, and here's what we do to address the thinking up the words and sentences and ideas, work through the units, help a whole lot on this side, and then over here, okay, that's your baby. You get to make this as perfect as you can. And what will happen is those 2 skills will gradually, over time, start to intersect, but it will be years.
Okay, very good. I think that's really wise advice. Okay, I have a couple spelling questions for you.
Okay.
So we have a mom who has a 13-year-old, has been in tutoring, has been with Barton.
Okay.
Her spelling does not carry over to her independent writing. She's missing words. Should I be drilling spelling, doing more spelling outside of tutoring that is already rigorous? And then just to kind of piggyback on that, another mom, I'm assuming Eileen, so that was Tanya's question. Eileen is asking, My dyslexic son loves to create stories orally because spelling is so difficult. I don't know how to keep encouraging writing when it's so painful. So,
Well, I do have this talk, Spelling in the Brain.
yes.
So I recommend anyone concerned about spelling, just listen to that talk and just kind of glean from it a little better understanding of what is spelling in terms of a neurological function.
Right.
And how does the brain work, and how do you reinforce something that's hard? You need greater frequency or repetition, greater intensity, persistence over time, duration. But so yes, you can keep going with the spelling. And I have known some Barton students that fit that profile very closely. They can spell the word on demand, but when they're writing, and it has to do with that problem that spelling isn't a language function. It's not a language art in the sense of it happens in the language part of our brain. You know, when you're in the language part of your brain, you're over here trying to put words into sentences that make sense, trying to say them and hear them internally, trying to put that against a filter of how language should be. You're really in this part of your brain that is language. Spelling has nothing to do with that. It's sequentially stored, virtually random bits of information. So what happens is kids have to leave the language part of the brain, go way over to the spelling part of their brain, search around, almost like on a hard drive, right? And find the spelling information for that word. You know they have it because they once spelled it correctly, or maybe 10 times spelled it correctly, but it's not automatic. So they have to go get it, carry it all the way back over to the language part of the brain, insert it into the spot where it is needed, and then pick up that whole process right where it left off. Well, what happens?
You forget. You drop the
you
word.
forget where you were. And so you have to go and reconstruct the whole language part. So what children will do very reasonably, you or I would do it as well, they will sacrifice the spelling for train of thought, right?
Sure.
So while they might be able to spell that word correctly, to do so requires that they lose track of what they're doing. And they wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. Okay, so how do we deal with that? Well, a few things. The first thing, if you noticed the class, I hope everyone who's listening watched the class, but if not, I give the children a code system, and I give them a code, one finger in the air, specifically for spelling question. This means that if they want to spell a word, I will rush over and be their human dictionary.
Right.
Now, sometimes that doesn't work, or sometimes I'm too slow, and they have that same problem, like wait for the teacher is as disrupting to me as going to try to figure out how to spell this word myself.
Right.
So they'll just ignore that and keep going. And that's okay. The second thing though, and what I don't know from this question is, has this person been working with keyword outlines or not? If the keyword outline idea is entirely new, what I think is that if you move into using keyword outlines more, well, really, use a keyword outline for every single writing thing that kids do. What will happen is they'll start to get the habit of looking on the outline, seeing how a word is spelled, and then copying it correctly into their prose. And, you know, in the case of the fox and the grapes here, pretty much every word on the outline was the longest or most sophisticated word in the sentence. So we picked the tougher ones and left the little ones.
Right.
And so that's good. And those words are ready to go. In fact, boy over here, Jace, he wrote the word sour, SOWR. Close. And he was thinking sow, right? He was all sounding it out.
Yeah.
Okay. So all I did was I just underlined the word sour, which was correctly spelled in the outline because he had copied it from the board.
Right.
I just underlined and said, oh, that word's spelled like this.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just almost feel like he was so happy that, okay, now I can actually fix this and make it right because I have it.
Mm-hmm.
So the more words that we have, the more we work with getting the words that are potentially stressful from a spelling perspective into the outline,
Yes.
the more likely we are to see those make it all the way into a composition,
Yes.
complete or correct. So that's the second thing, is work with outlines, especially if you haven't been doing that
Right.
already. And then, the third thing is patience.
Mm-hmm.
When you are doing Barton or any kind of intensive phonics program, you're learning some things that are in isolation.
Mm-hmm.
Those things need later to be integrated with more sophisticated reading and writing
Right.
language tasks. And our error, as adults, is to think that's going to happen on our schedule.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could just dictate that, but
Once
then
and
we
done,
wouldn't
right?
have human beings for children who
No.
are all different.
Right.
So I would say keep investing in what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Do as much as you can get away with,
Mm-hmm.
and have faith that
Mhm.
this will eventually
Yep.
transfer over and come together. You've seen that with your
Mm-hmm.
kids, and
Mhm.
I've certainly seen that with my
Yeah.
son. And then one thing, and this addresses the perfectionist child.
Mm-hmm.
As kids get older, they tend to be less of that perfectionistic. I have to do it all by myself. I can't have anyone help me. I can't, almost to the opposite extreme where they go off to college is like, who could I pay to write this for?
Mm. Right.
So, again, the balance is always going to be
Mhm.
in the middle
Right.
between those. If spelling were easy, we wouldn't be speaking English.
Yeah. I know some languages it's pretty easy. You just say the word
And it is like it
That
should
is,
be.
right, yeah.
Spanish, Latin.
Okay, so this is a couple of questions for autism. We've been talking a lot about dyslexia, but let's talk about autism for just a little bit. What are some specific accommodations for students with autism? Specifically, my son is verbal, but has extremely low processing speed. He really struggles with getting the idea from his brain to paper, even with me scribing for him. His thoughts just come out all jumbled up.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, we don't know how old
Mhm.
this child is, and things will get better with age. The thing that comes to mind, and I don't know if they've tried this or not, so
Mhm.
even if she writes down every word he says,
Mhm.
that's fine.
Mhm.
But what's the next step?
Mhm.
I think that's where she's going with
Okay,
this.
sure.
In terms of the thoughts being jumbled up, that's kind of normal for being a child.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't worry too much about jumbled up. A lot of times I read something a 10-year-old wrote, it doesn't make any sense to me,
Mhm.
but I'm thinking it must make sense to her. She wrote it,
Mhm. Right, right.
But in terms of the transition from a parent or helper being like full-time scribe,
Mhm.
the first step would be to move to outlines.
Mhm.
Again, the power of working with keyword outlines is inestimable.
Mhm.
So that instead of you writing every word that he says a statement. Now you may have to stop him at that point. He's got one sentence. Okay, stop. Now, don't write the whole sentence. Write 2 or 3 key words.
Mhm.
So you're like making a keyword outline from the
Mhm.
sentence he narrates.
Right.
Okay. All right. Next thing. And he narrates. Okay. Stop. Okay. Let's do that. Now he may forget, in which case, okay, let's review. What did we say so far? Oh, the next idea. So, if he's telling a story or something that happened to him or kind of random information he knows about something, this should work pretty well
Mhm.
because he's not having to work hard to find stuff.
Mhm.
A child who can speak out stuff easily, they found it.
Yes.
What they can't do is slow it down. And that's
Yes.
mostly the problem.
Yeah, I think that's what we're
The
talking about
hand
here.
is so much slower than the brain or the mouth.
Mhm.
So with that, if he narrates the content and the parent or teacher or aide or whoever makes the keyword outline
Mhm.
from what he's narrated,
Right.
and then see if he can verbally articulate back the same thing from the keyword outline,
Mhm.
and then move to the next step, which would be, okay, he looks at the keyword outline, says to you the sentence or idea that goes with it, and you write that down.
Okay.
Then to move one step further, you would take turns writing
Mhm.
the sentences.
Mhm.
So mom does the keyword outline from what the student narrates. Then, you say, okay, you tell me what to write. I write that sentence. Okay. Now trade the pen. Okay. I'll tell you the next sentence.
Mhm.
And you dictate a sentence, try to
Mhm.
make it as short as possible. And he tries to write down word for word everything you say.
Mhm.
Then you take the pen back. He dictates the next one. Short, long, doesn't matter.
Right.
And you write that down. So you kind of take turns. So he's doing both things, thinking of the sentence and hearing and writing the sentence. But he's not necessarily doing those at the same time quite yet.
Right. Right.
And then at some point, and I don't know, could be weeks, months, years,
Right.
but at some point the child will say, okay, I got it.
Mhm.
Leave me alone.
Right.
You know, I
Right.
can do this now.
Right.
But it will take patience.
Well, and I think I'm remembering a comment of one of our participants was saying, they had been working at this level for 5 years, and it clicked.
It did.
It
yeah.
did. Yep. So
That's good.
trusting the system.
Yeah, trust. I mean, it takes a critical mass, and that amount of experience is different from student to student.
Okay. This is, I don't know. This is an Ask Andrew Anything. So here we go.
Okay.
Renee wants to know, how do you help children who have difficulties with critical thinking go beyond just yes, no questions? My child with Asperger's is struggling to get beyond a basic outline.
Hmm. Well, I have not really dealt with this intimately
Mhm.
myself.
Mm-hmm.
I have one child who was definitely less verbal than the other 6,
Yep.
but I would never put it into that category.
Right.
I think I've had students in classes
Mm-hmm.
that would fit this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that there's any way to force a change, but you can try to create an environment where the modeling
Yep.
of the thinking is expanded
Yeah.
a little bit. So teaching a student like this in a small group
Right.
of 5 or 6
Yes.
is going to work a lot better,
Mm-hmm.
I think,
Mm-hmm.
than one-on-one,
Mm-hmm.
because what that student is constantly going to be picking up on is little tiny insights
Mm-hmm.
that other students have, which are just a notch above where
Mm-hmm.
he might have those
Right.
insights.
Yeah.
So it's super close to him. Whereas if I were one-on-one, I think we could both get very frustrated. I'm trying to ask better questions, and that's just shutting him down more and more.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to model asking and answering a simple question
Mm-hmm.
that he would catch
Mm-hmm.
all alone,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I have other students in the room, then there's that proximity
Mm-hmm.
to his level of thinking better than I could create environmentally. So I guess, my thought would be try and get a small group.
Yeah.
Second best to that would be get a video of someone teaching
Yeah.
a small group.
Right.
And, I think as parents, we fall into patterns of expectation.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things we have to fight against is, well, I know he won't be able to.
Yeah.
I know she can't.
Yeah.
Another teacher
Yep.
doesn't have that pattern
Mm-hmm.
of expectation.
Yep.
And so that there's a freeing element in
Yep.
there. So to the degree that, you can kind of let go
Mm-hmm.
your frustration, you probably create a little more relaxed environment. And I think this was Asperger's,
Mm-hmm.
and that's of course exacerbated by stress.
Mm-hmm.
So when you take an Asperger's kid and you ask them a direct question or put them under the spotlight,
Yep.
everything gets worse faster.
Yep. Yep.
So that's why, a super relaxed environment,
Mm-hmm.
ideally with other children, I think you'd start to get a level of comfort
Mm-hmm.
that would allow that thinking to expand out. But it's a tough one.
Yep.
I,
Yep.
I don't know.
I hope that helps. Okay, so some dysgraphia questions. For low muscle tone kiddos and those who are weak of fine motor skills, how do you teach them success in writing? How to help them strengthen the skills they need?
Yeah, well, we're going to go back to copy work.
Yep, yep,
Because it's the stamina thing.
yeah, yeah.
And it's interesting. We reach a point in life. This can happen as early as childhood. It can
Mhm.
happen as late in life.
Mhm.
But I think we all reach a point where we realize, if I do this, I will get stronger, better, faster, more able.
Yep.
And if I don't do this, it's not just that I'm not going to get better. I actually might just get worse. This particularly would be true of muscle tone in your 60s and 70s, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So encouraging this child to understand that by doing something hard,
Mhm.
then he's getting stronger.
Mhm. Mhm.
Unfortunately, the principle, if you just say that to a kid, they're not likely to believe you.
Nope.
You have to kind of experience it.
Mhm.
So that's why having some kind of system
Mhm.
to motivate the child
Right.
to do that which is good for them, which in this case would be just flat out copy work.
Yep. Yep.
As I said, attentiveness to detail, using good quality language, having, ideal large enough print,
Mhm.
paper that works, all those
Yep.
things. And then you just, set incremental goals and say, okay, 10 words,
Yep.
you copy 10 words and you're done for the day.
Yep.
Next day, 11, next day, 12, and
if they're smart, they're going to see, oh no, when is he going to make me do 1,000 words?
well, no, you work up and
Right.
you say, once you can do 100 words a day,
Right.
you're going to be tough.
Yep.
And you're going to be able to do this without getting tired and complaining and all
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
But you will never convince a 12-year-old
Right.
that they should do this because it's good for them.
Yeah.
They only believe what's good for them is what's good for them.
Yes.
So that's why, as you've heard me tell a few times, I recommend a motivational system
Mhm.
for boys in general, and for my son in particular. An economic system
Mhm.
works the best.
Mhm.
Now, not all kids are motivated by points or prizes or money,
Mhm.
but most are, because that changes it from a chore to a game.
A game. Yeah.
And we shift that from a chore to be avoided to a challenge to be accepted.
Well, you may not even need to do money nowadays. You can just give them a badge. I work every day for badges to with my exercise and such.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I get little badges and rewards. And
Okay. Well, I'm glad to know that. So yeah, anything that motivates.
Mhm.
We all like to see an external
Mhm.
appreciation
Mhm.
of our efforts.
Yep.
So for most of us, we like the paycheck
Yeah.
that says, I'm doing a good job.
Okay, well, let me be clear. Apple Watch, close my rings every day. This year is my goal. I'll get a badge for that, but I still want the paycheck. So, okay.
So, kids are the same way. So,
Right.
if you use points or pennies
Mhm.
or tokens or something.
Right.
But with my son, very, very dyslexic, really couldn't
Yeah.
read anything at all. I said, well, he can't read, but he's going to write. I'm the writing guy. He has to write. So, I set him up to do some copy work,
Right.
and I gave him, a penny per correctly copied word per day, up to 100.
Mhm.
Only, I said, you don't get the cash. It goes into a special fund. His thing in life was airsoft,
Mhm.
and he wanted to buy airsoft guns and airsoft ammo.
Mhm.
So all the money he received for doing the copy work went into the airsoft weaponry purchase fund.
Mhm.
He was highly motivated. And the other thing in my boys talk about motivation, I do point out that when you have a system, an economic system, it has to go both ways.
Mhm.
If you just have a potential gain or reward or benefit, the child will probably say, well, don't really want to do that,
Right.
and it's not worth it.
Mhm.
And then you have the danger of increasing the benefit,
Mm.
which creates a new game you never want to play called How High Can We Bid Up Mom?
Yeah.
And if you only have a negative consequence,
Mhm.
then it's still, I'm going to suffer if I do, I'm going to suffer if I don't. It's all about suffering. I hate
Yep.
everything.
Yes.
You get a hate of learning.
Mhm.
So with my son, I say, you get a penny per word that's correctly copied. For him, the dyslexic thing, I said, I will not count down for reversed letters, but I will count off for reversed placement of letters. So that forced him to look at every letter one at a time,
Mhm.
capitals, miscapitals, or periods. And if you finish in a certain amount of time, I think 20 minutes or whatever, you get a bonus, 25-cent bonus. But every time you whine, complain, or argue, you get docked a dime,
Mhm.
and you lose that.
Mhm.
And I own your bank account, and you could go negative. I mean, you have this kind of leverage over a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
And that was really very transformative
Mhm.
in terms of moving this from this horrible, worst possible task you could give a child like him
Mhm.
into something he never complained.
Mm.
Why? He wanted airsoft weapons.
Yeah.
But, I think, now that he's an adult,
Mhm.
if he were here, he would probably acknowledge the fact that, over the 16, 18 months that he did that,
Right.
it did get easier and
Right.
it built his confidence and stamina.
Right.
And, he reached that point where he could write as easily from his mind as he could by copy.
Right.
In fact, that's really what you're doing, right? You're copying from your mind.
Yes. So this is reminding me of a question that came up in the chat. One of our listeners asked whether a copy work,
Excuse me.
whether or not copy work was appropriate for, say, a 14-year-old.
Mm-hmm. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
It just depends where that student is at.
Right.
Honestly, I lived in Japan in my 20s,
Mm-hmm.
and I determined to learn how to read and write Japanese.
Right.
And that would never have been possible
Mm-hmm.
if I hadn't spent a great deal of time copying.
Sure.
Not just characters
Mm-hmm.
individually to learn how to write them, but copying whole sentences
Mm-hmm.
so that I would get a real intimate and close sense of
Mm-hmm.
what are all the pieces that need to be in this thing, and what order are they in, and why, and
Mm-hmm.
does that fit my understanding of the grammar and how it works? Do I need to? I mean, there's so much value in that close reading and writing that you gain through copy work.
Right.
That I would like to say yes
Mm-hmm.
to a 14-year-old, but I might also say, with a 14-year-old, especially if it's a boy and you're a mom, choose your battles.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Be sure that the benefits you believe you will gain
Mm-hmm.
are worth whatever you have to put up with
Yeah.
in terms of frustrations.
Right.
Like I said, you have leverage over a 10-year-old.
Right.
14, different story.
Right. So while you were doing the writing class, there was quite a bit of chatter about your conversation that you had with Photius. Was that his name? Photius. Yes, Photius. And you commented on his cursive.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that?
Well, he was doing cursive writing.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously was doing it as readily or as easily as the other kids were writing not in cursive.
Mm-hmm.
the other moms were also not writing in cursive.
Well, and you were printing on the board.
And I
so
was
maybe
printing on the
that
board,
was what,
But what I like to do is if I see a student who has spent the time to learn the cursive and practice it to the point where it's, as easy as it was for him, I sure want to acknowledge that.
yeah, I see.
And that's
Yep.
why I said, hey, that's great, a young man, like you, learning and practicing cursive, because it is essentially a dying or even lost
Right.
ability. I mean, we could go on to all day as to why it shouldn't be lost or
Right.
why
Yeah.
it's still worth doing.
Right.
But I'm like Suzuki in that one of the things about Dr. Suzuki is no matter what happened, he could always find something positive
Sure.
to say.
Right.
He was just unbelievably positive that way.
Mm-hmm.
And he would always start with that.
Mm-hmm.
Very positive. I
Yeah.
remember one case. This was really extreme. This kid came. He was a foreigner. I think he was from Australia or New Zealand or something. And he came and played, and he was terrible. He should not be a violin teacher. I mean, it was really bad.
Mm.
And all of us, teacher trainees were sitting there thinking, what is Sensei going to say to him? Because what could you say? It's just so bad. And the first thing out of Suzuki's mouth was, good, you can play. And one of the girls in school with me, who was fairly close to him, she was a senior, she said to him, Sensei, why did you say good you can? Why did you say he could play good? And Suzuki said, I don't say he play good. I say good. He can play something, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But he could do that. He could just find the thing almost intuitively, almost supernaturally. He could just find the one thing and say it that would then open you up to correction and useful criticism.
Right.
Because you had that feeling like, okay, he saw something good in me.
Right.
So I like to try and live that way whenever possible.
Yeah.
It's easiest to do it with other people's children.
Yes. Yes. Okay, I got a couple ELL questions. This is actually this question that I'm going to read right now, we're kind of addressing in our homeschool magalog this year. And this is from Kakoli. I don't know what her sounds almost Japanese, but how do we work with non-English speaking children to enhance their writing skills? How to improve their vocabulary? I'll just leave that one right there.
Yeah, there's no L's in Japanese.
That's true, then it wouldn't be. Yeah, I know that because my mother-in-law, who is Japanese, can't say my name, Julie. It's Judy.
Judy.
And you know what her American name is? Guess. Judy.
Judy.
Yeah, so
Judy.
we have the same name. So my husband married his brother. There we go.
And your husband's doing Judy duty.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so that's a very good question. She may be, English may be her second language as well.
True.
Because you do see that in a lot of places. People teaching English are not native speakers, but they've been to school, they've studied, they know grammar really well.
Yes.
But the fluency, is a challenge. The vocabulary is a challenge. So my first answer would be memorized language. Poetry memorization is so powerful.
Yeah, and you talked about that in your first talk.
Yeah, it reminds me of one little story. You've heard me tell this, but I was working for the Pasco, Washington School District.
Yep.
Very high percentage Hispanic, transient Hispanic.
And the first time I heard this story, I thought you were saying El Paso.
No,
But it's
Pasco,
Washington, like
Tri-City,
state of Washington.
state of Washington. And a lot of low income, just a hard place to be in a public school because so much of what you're doing, you're just coming up against that language barrier.
Right.
And of course, the state of Washington at that time had passed some fairly challenging state standards for writing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was great for business because the school district didn't know how to
Yeah.
get from A to B.
Yeah.
And so I had a great relationship with the Pasco School District for a long time. And one teacher in particular stands out because I was teaching her class, which is a Spanish-English transition class, meaning, the kids weren't beginning English, but they weren't able to learn everything in English. So they're in that mid-zone. And I did a little keyword outline. And then I said to them, okay, I'm going to give you some homework. My intention was to give them homework to take this outline and go tell it to someone.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I said the word homework, they all erupted in unison. Homework, oh, homework, I hate you, you stink. I wish I could wash you right down the sink. Oh, homework, you're giving me fits. If I had a bomb, I would blow you to bits.
Right.
Well, this is a poem by Jack Perlutsky,
Okay.
who writes humorous poems for
Mhm,
children.
mhm.
And this teacher had all these kids, 20-some Hispanic kids,
Mhm.
learn this poem
Mhm.
and recite it, all 3 stanzas. I only did 1. And I was so amazed.
Yeah.
I was so amazed. The first thing I did is I pulled a Mr. Ingham strategy. And I said, I would love to have that poem written down
Oh.
so that I could read it again
Mhm.
because it's so funny and I never heard it before.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if anyone would write it on paper for me. Every kid in the class volunteered.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Okay, so Mrs. Ingham would have kids memorize poetry and then write it out.
Right. Right.
Because then you're getting the double power
Mhm.
of it. But afterward, I asked the teacher, I said, how did you know the value of memorizing poetry?
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't teach this in schools of education or teacher training programs
Right.
for the most part. They
Right.
kind of really marginalize or ignore the whole idea of memorization and recitation. Well, she said, well, I'm from Puerto Rico
Hmm.
and English is my second language,
Oh,
which I
interesting.
wouldn't actually have guessed.
Mm-hmm.
But when I came here, I memorized poems to improve my English and my vocabulary.
There you go. Yep.
So I think there's a tremendous value. And then, of course, in my Nurturing Company Communicators, I tell the story of how I memorized
Right.
the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, which wasn't poetry per se, it was just a children's book.
Right.
But I memorized it, and that was a huge leap in
Mhm.
terms of fluency in Japanese.
Right.
Words I did not know, now I
Right.
could use.
Right.
Grammatical patterns that I couldn't have thought of on my own.
Right.
Now
Right.
they can pop into conversation.
Right.
So memorizing and copy work are hugely valuable. And then I would go one more step with this teacher, which is if you see a room full of kids who have keyword outlines to write from and word lists
Mm-hmm.
on the wall, word
Yep.
banks, band
Yep.
word lists, whatever you want to call it, kind of like my short little LY,
Yep.
only
Exactly.
magnitudes bigger.
Yep.
If you saturate the environment
Mm-hmm.
with those specific things that will help the students expand vocabulary and English expression, that's going to carry right in.
Yep.
In fact, we know from our Berwyn study,
Mm-hmm.
2 schools, one mostly Hispanic, one not, they both used the writing program for
Mhm.
a year.
Mm-hmm.
And these 2 schools way outperformed the other 2 schools
Right.
that didn't use our writing program.
Right.
But the most fascinating thing was that the majority of second language learner group made greater progress
Yep.
on the standardized test
Yep.
than the not second language group.
Right.
So the catch-up factor was huge.
Yep.
So I think it's just because of the language-rich environment
Yep.
that the blended structure and style approach creates.
Yeah, I'm looking, I know there's a question in here that when I read it, and I'm not going to be able to find it now in the time that we have left, but basically it was, is it okay to use word lists and that kind of thing in the
Yeah.
classroom? I was like,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's what we
The
do.
more the better.
So let me just end with this last question. It's kind of related to, this is someone who has already been doing.
Okay, I just have to let you know that our Renee, who's monitoring, sent you a little yellow note.
Oh, I do know that.
And that might be,
Our winners.
oh, that's the winner. I thought it was a
No.
penultimate question.
No, it is not.
Okay,
This is,
these are the
I'm,
winners. Okay,
this is the
This
If
is the
it-
ultimate question.
The ultimate question.
The end.
The last question, yes.
Okay.
And then we're going to announce the 5 winners who receive a coupon for the Structure and Style for Students,
Mhm.
whatever level they want to purchase. And the packages, well, Laura will explain that.
And they have to be here now to win.
Well,
No.
well, I don't know,
Oh, okay.
but signed up for the drawing. That's
Okay.
what it is.
Those
So,
who signed up. Okay.
so Melissa, she's almost done with level 1 poetry memorization.
Oh, good.
Linguistic development through poetry memorization. Should we continue to level 2? I'm worried it won't be appropriate for my kids who are 12, 10, 7, and 4. My 7-year-old has significant speech and reading delays. He was able to participate in level 1, but anything harder, longer for him will be overwhelming. What do you suggest?
I would keep going with level 2
Mhm.
for the 2 oldest.
Mhm.
One thing that I have come to realize is it is not necessary to understand everything you memorize.
Mhm.
In fact, many of us
Mhm.
have memorized things.
Mhm.
I would think lines from Shakespeare
Yes.
would be among them.
Mhm.
And we don't necessarily understand it fully.
Right.
Or we don't understand it when we start, but by
Mhm.
the time we've memorized it, we understand a little bit better.
Yep.
And anything worth doing is probably hard to understand.
Mhm.
So don't worry
Mhm.
about whether a child understands a poem entirely
Right.
or not.
Yep.
It's okay to memorize stuff that you do not fully get.
Right. Right.
With the 7-year-old, that sounds a little dangerous. What I would suggest, and this is going to require a little more work on Melissa's part, but I would look for some alternative, shorter poems,
Mhm.
similar to what's in the first
Mhm.
half of level
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
One thing that she could go to right away would be Hilaire Belloc's,
Mhm.
um,
The animals.
the
alphabet,
bestiary, the
Mhm.
alphabet bestiary. Because
Mhm.
if you know the vulture, Melissa, you know the vulture, that's his V.
The rest of our people don't know
The
poem.
Vulture by Belloc. The vulture eats between his meals, and that's the reason why he very, very rarely feels as well as you or I.
His neck is.
As well as you or I do. That's why it's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't see the do.
Well, 12 Days of Christmas,
Oh, this is true.
as well as you or me.
Mhm.
No, as well as you or I. Well, how does it continue? As well as your eye.
His neck is.
His hair, his
Oh.
head is bald. No,
Wow.
his eye is dull. His head is bald. His neck is growing thinner. Oh, what a lesson for us to only eat at dinner.
Right.
Okay, that's just one of 25 poems
Yeah.
that Belloc wrote. He wrote one for every animal, every letter in the alphabet corresponding with an animal except for X.
Oh.
And it's great.
Mhm.
It's wonderful little poetry, but they're all short.
Yep.
They're all short like the vulture.
Yep.
The other thing is when you do have a younger child and you move into longer poems, maybe you have 3 stanzas.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that as one poem.
Right.
You do it as 3 separate poems.
Right.
And then you put them together.
Yep.
And I'm sure that's how, that teacher in Pasco, she didn't dump that whole thing on those kids.
No.
No, they probably got like 1 line
Right.
a day and then practiced 1 stanza until it was solid and
Right.
then added.
Right.
So that would be my suggestion. And a 4-year-old, they just kind of hang out. You keep
Right.
them alive. No
Yeah.
big problems.
Well, and I'm thinking the 7-year-old don't require them to learn the level 2 poems, but just kind of almost by osmosis
They might pick it right up.
and want to, because
want
the
to,
older
yeah.
ones are doing it.
That
So,
is true.
all right, I have the winners. I'm going to
Okay.
let you announce our 5 lucky winners.
These are not in alphabetical order. Meredith Gabbets.
Congratulations, Meredith.
Would you say Jean?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Geayne.
Okay.
I think it's Jean.
Okay.
Jeanne?
Oh, there you go.
Gian? Braganca. Braganca. This poor woman must spell her name
Mm-hmm.
continuously. I once figured out how long it took to spell my name,
Mhm.
and Pudewa is unusual.
Yes.
And then I figured out how many times I have to do that in a week, and then I figured out how many weeks I'm going to live. It's like hours of my life spent spelling my name. This poor lady's got twice that going here. All right. Jianan, I'm messing it up, I'm sure. Wang,
Okay.
Wang. I think it's Wang.
Okay.
Jianan. Erica Hyun, Heun. Hyun? It's my best guess. What did you, Renee, pick everyone with names I'm not going to know? Francisco de Freitas.
Okay.
De Freitas. Francisco. So Meredith, Jean, Zhejiang, Erica, and Francisco, congratulations. I hope you enjoy one of our levels of instruction style for students. And if you have any questions, contact Laura.
Yeah.
Laura
Absolutely.
at IEW.com.
Or info@, or probably more specific to this conference, SPED, S-P-E-D, at IEW.com. Submit questions there, and we'll be sure and get them answered. And just to
and there's one question which you have not asked because I have to ask it of you.
what's that?
What app gives you little badges for your fitness or whatever?
It's Apple Watch.
It comes like bundled
it's
with the Apple?
Part of the Apple Watch, which I know you refuse to do because you don't wear a watch.
No.
But
But I just saved you 100 phone calls right there.
there you go. Apple Watch. I love my Apple Watch. Some of you already know that.
And Apple is not paying us to
No,
say this.
they
We
didn't
would
get-
like it. Even a small discount would be good.
Yes, exactly. That was reminds me of an April Fool's joke you played on us one year.
What?
You said you were going to get an Apple phone if we clicked on this link, and it
Oh, yeah, no.
he's
Yeah,
a
I try
real-
those. You can't do April Fools every year,
He's a
though.
real trickster.
Yeah,
And
believe
the
it.
other thing I should let our listeners know, just because you're flashing me this piece of paper and I can't read it without my glasses. And
Uh-huh.
we kind of have this who has to wear reading glasses contest. And he's, of course, much younger than me. Actually, he's not, but he doesn't have to wear reading glasses. All right.
But I have them handy just in case.
Just in case. And so for those of you that registered for our conference, you will get an email with the slides, with the link to the recordings. And please remember to continue to check out our IEW.com/SPAD-conference-tools. We'll continue to add links to that, including a link to our IEW.com/SPED page, which has lots of recommendations for products that we, recommend.
Well, a lot of the things I mentioned
Yes.
in passing today, you can
Yeah.
see the whole list there.
Yeah. And so just some great resources. Thank you for coming. Sorry that we're ending a little bit late, but I hope that this was helpful. And thanks for
I know
participating.
we're ending early.
Maybe we're ending a little early. Thank you.
Thank you.